What's up, everybody, and welcome back to Roll For It. It's time to play some D&D with the Roll For It crew. We've got Shenmue, Aavik, Enter Elysium, and Bentham all hanging out right now. I don't do Bentham last for any particular reason. It's just on my Skype. It goes in that direction, and Bentham is the last one in the rotation. And it doesn't matter. If I go the other way, he's second to last, and so it's just like, sorry, but I'll start with you next. I'll go back to front. That's how I'll
The funniest thing
I'll
about this is
Okay,
if you
that's
hadn't
fine.
brought that up, no one would have thought anything of it.
I know.
No one would ever
I know.
know.
But Bentham's always the center of the discussion here. I always feel like I'm ignoring him because he's so quiet in his corner until he's got those zingers for you.
I've
Until he got the zingers.
the shadow and
I was here
overlay.
plotting my puns.
Bentham is now like in the top row on the shadow and overlay because I was like, oh Bentham, you're always on the bottom row. Let's put you on the top row this time.
So what you're saying is like the actual logo for the Shadowrun show. It's like a giant Bentham, and he's holding the rest of us like little tiny children.
That's what it should
And it says
be.
roll forward across
That is
the
exactly
top.
what it should be.
Have you seen the statue of the angry naked man who's got a bunch of children just all over his arms and legs and stuff? Little babies.
Yeah, and he's like
everywhere?
struggling. He's like fighting them.
Yeah, but that could be Bentham.
Okay.
The baby
Sure.
fighter. That was his specialty in Dwarf Society. Mormon
So-
was a baby fighter. Somebody's
That's on
got
your
to
logo. On your logo, it's just me being attacked by tiny U's.
Ooh, Shenmue just subscribed.
Yeah, look at all these
Ooh.
11-month subs. We're coming up on 1 year of being partnered.
We are working on emotes and stuff. We're redoing the art for the entire channel right now, audience. Like, we've got a guy working on it, and we should be able to roll it out with like a brand new look, everything looking all shiny and badass. It just takes time because artists, they've got to eat and they've got to sleep and do all the other stuff that human beings do. We can't just
Well,
tie him to the desk and beat him with flails made out of
Wait, can
pencils.
we have like a vote on that? I like that one. Can I do that?
We're
you
not
want-
letting him out of the basement until he finishes the website. It's got
Okay, but can we at least unchain him from the desk because he doesn't reach the toilet that way? It's getting kind of gnarly around the desk.
Just give him a bucket. Give him a bucket. It's
He-
fine.
But if we give him a bucket, he'll just wear it as a hat first. You gotta keep him focused.
2 buckets would be
He'll use-
luxury. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah, if we give him 2 buckets, he'll probably put one on his head and then use the other one for putting all of his like random pencils and pens and things inside of on top of the desk because we didn't give him a pen cup. So we're running kind of a shoestring operation right now.
That said, our shoestring operation now has like a little jar. There's a glass down there that's collecting all the things
Yeah.
like subscriptions, tips,
Oh, really?
bits, follows.
Wait, is that a shot glass?
It is. It was the only thing that fit on the overlay.
Ah,
You went with the absolute tiniest one.
Well, it's a
a
tumbler, but yeah.
we had a measuring cup break. It's like Pyrex cups are not supposed to break, right? But it broke anyway.
I mean, they
So
can
my
break.
roommate
They're just
decided-
resistant.
My roommate decided to replace it with a bunch of little shot glasses that each go up to a half a cup. I'm like, okay.
You know that
Got
Pyrex
shot
was
glasses now.
invented like last century. It's theorized that Pyrex was actually invented during the Roman era by this guy who came to like Rome and was like, look, I've invented this really tough glass that hardly ever breaks. It's amazing. And he presented it like in front of the emperor. And the emperor was like, yeah, that's cool. We're killing you. And they had him executed. Because
Why'd
the
they kill him for making awesome glass?
Because the Roman Empire, like the emperor had a large collection of very expensive and fancy glassware, which would be very much devalued if someone came along and began making like tougher glass.
Can you imagine having that kind of power? Like you have the level of power where if somebody just insults your hobby collection, you can just have them murdered. You should be like, no, you're opening a business that is threatening to my pop figurines. Therefore, I'm going to destroy you. Die! And it just happens.
Today it would be like some type of counterfeit Beanie Babies. You're like, no, you have to die. This collection, it's worth so much.
Well, I know supermarkets in the UK, like Tesco's, which is Tesco's owned by Walmart or is it Asda? I can't remember. Anyway, like
Asda.
Asda, okay. Well, Tesco's, I know, like they were buying up all the land around their stores, which were big enough to put supermarkets on, because they thought someone might buy it and put like another store there. So they just Tesco own lots of like large areas of land, like ex-warehouses and stuff near their stores, because they don't want other people putting down their own stores. It's like, nope, you're not doing this. Cutthroat business, man.
Vicious. Well, we have a Patreon, and I'm going to let EE talk about it because I forgot to get my glass of tea before we started. So I'm going to go get my tea, and EE can tell you about the Patreon before we start our D&D game.
Okay, so
Tea is heresy, by the way. Coffee all the way.
I'm gonna chuck you in the harbor. So we have a Patreon site where you can totally like support our show. It's how we actually get to do this twice a week, which is great. And of course, that's Yeah, that elbow's working. It's really great that we can do this every week and like entertain you and stuff. So, you know, go check out our Patreon. You can support us over there for like whatever you want. It's totally optional. And you can support like any tier you want. Different tiers have certain extra bonus perks. Like I think like the first perk is like MP3s. The second tier, you get like bonus after show VODs that occasionally happen when important things happen in like, you know, the show. Like we'll talk about it in the after show. We'll chat about it and chat how things are going. I really like those for like after important plot points, see how people are thinking. Especially seeing like, I know in Dark Heresy I was like, oh, it's really interesting. Like who's going to be on which side? And I'm totally looking forward to that Shadowrun when people start pointing fingers and saying, you fucked up the run. No, you fucked up the run. You fucked up the run. We all fucked up the run. Let's accept it. Okay. And of course, interesting, like after things happen in D&D and wondering what's going on.
Nobody's going to be upset. Given the setting, nobody's going to cry if you just blame it on technomancers. You know, just be like, goddamn technomancers, man.
Pseudo might cry.
It just
Pseudo
went
might cry.
wrong. It was magic. It's magic in the digital world. We just couldn't control it. There's obviously a technomancer around. Let's just blame it on him. They'll be our scapegoat from now on. And nobody can verify it because they're so rare, and yet they can do so much destruction.
And the threshold for seeing a technomancer is like 5 hits on a sensing test. So
it's a little bit rough.
Yeah.
It's a little bit rough to see a technomancer on a sensing test, although it'll happen eventually. If you have like 12 dice, it won't be too long before you hit like a 5 or a 6.
Yeah.
It'll happen at some point.
It's like a 30% chance, I think, or something like that on 12 die. But yeah, you can totally spot us over there. There's like higher tiers and stuff as well, where you get to see like character sheets and stuff for like random NPCs and so on, like GM behind the scenes stuff. I need to make Ravan, Khan, and the demon hosts character sheets actually and send them across. Those be appearing soon. I got a little bit distracted last week by breaking my arm. But yeah, so you can totally check that out. Also, we have like, you know, Twitter. We have like a fan subreddit that you should totally check out. But also, if you want to support us in other ways, you can support us by subscribing over here, tipping over here if you want to do like a one-off tip rather than a monthly recurring subscription thing on Patreon, or, you know, bits also. And like tips, bits, follows, even if you just want to follow us, just make sure you see the show in future, and subscriptions all go down into that little jar down there and then explode in different ways. Like different icons have different weights. And so they cause interesting physics issues when you end up chucking, say, like a gold coin tip in there.
For all intents and purposes, the higher the monetary value of what's being added, the heavier it is.
Yeah. Like
yeah,
follows
and when you
get
blow up
pushed
the
around.
cup, I'm watching the cup right now. And every time it blows up, I'm going to stop. I'm like, the man stands before you and makes deadly. Ooh, the cup exploded. Like, it's gonna disrupt my DMing because it's the best feature that they've ever added. By a long margin. By a long, long margin. It's my
Drop
favorite.
the hammer. Wait a minute, the cup's exploding. Aww.
It is. It is. What they need to do is when it hits a certain threshold, it needs to shoot little fireworks too while it's exploding, and then it would just be. Everybody would have it on their stream. It'd be all over. It'd be all over. Like I get fireworks. I get my own personal fireworks. Well, where we left off, you guys were engaged in a little bit of the old stabbity. There was some combat going on. I had stopped. A little bit. I mean, you guys had definitely run into an undead problem. Something had apparently happened here to the Bowerstone boys. They are no longer the Bowerstone boys. They're a lot more slumpy and staggery, like now. So
They sound like a boy band.
Well, Frog didn't really say anything about it, so maybe this is how they've always been.
You never know.
I mean, maybe Frog's booby trap did this. Plot twist. You don't know. Maybe Frog's a necromancer in disguise, and he's just learning the group. He's feeling things out. And he's just got you convinced because he's good at stabbing fools.
Endgame boss.
He's one of them.
But we joined this combat with Nasan. I stopped at the top of the rotation on purpose. In the previous episode, the horses that are on the left-hand side of the map had just busted through the fence. And so that's going to be something that they're going to be coming this way. They're going to be coming this way.
How do they have an eyeball that's dripping goo?
You know, I don't remember. I put it there for a reason, and I can't recall what the reason is right now. I hope they
those
add...
wolves at the bottom. Oh no, the horses, is it? Okay.
Yeah, the horses. You might not be able to see the rump of one of the horses because the fog of war over here is... There we go. Now you can see the horses. And then the breach in the fence, just so you guys know, is going to be right... And they kick down the fence. I don't recall why they had the iGoopy thing. They have an iGoopy thing for a reason. What I hope they add for Roll20 is the little critters I hope they add a third tab. You know how you can add the little icons to them and you can change their stats? I hope they add a third tab, which is just a note section where you click on it and it pops up a little notepad box so you can type in stuff and keep notes. That's what I hope they add next. But Nasan, it is your turn. We rejoin the combat with Oscar the cow looking a little rough. Frog is holding his own, but he's taking some hits. Mormon's all right. Nasan's all right. They just seem a little weird, but let's get started. Nasan, what do you want to do?
Okay, well,
just seem a little
if you could refresh my memory. I believe that the last people to... did Dax say anything? Basically is what I'm trying to remember, and I can't remember. Did Dax shout out or anything like that?
Oh yeah, I shouted a few things. I was trying to keep people abreast because I knew that they were coming in from a different direction, and you were in the other side.
You guys should roughly know that at the center of the courtyard, shit's going down. Because Dax has made a point of being like, "Arr!" like every single turn.
Okay. I'm going to assume then that based on that, Dax hasn't... what I was wondering is if Dax has expressed, shock and alarm and like, I'm being surrounded. But if not...
Oh, no,
then
no. I made a point of being like, fuck, there's loads of guys.
I really wish this would work a little bit better, but there we are. So
What is
Nasan's going to
the-
move back. And I am going to... I can, within a turn, draw my bow, can't I?
Yeah, you can drop a weapon for free, and you can draw a weapon within reason.
Okay. Well, I'm going to drop my spear when I'm stood, draw my bow, and attack this zombie right there.
How do you feel about dropping
Okay.
that spear, by the way? You just dropped it. You didn't sheath it. It was so unceremonious.
So it's
When it
balanced on my foot. I'm actually stood on one leg right now. My foot is slightly elevated, and the blade is perfectly balanced. I'm pro at this. I stood on many bamboo shoots for a long time. Let me just pop that out so it's a little bit easier for me to use.
Okay, so roll me an attack right now. Sorry, my cat's destroying my stuff. He's on a place that he's not supposed to be right
I
now.
had noticed. You're right. You need to go deal with him because he's
It was
looking
worse.
malevolent right now.
He's taking cover. Look at that shit. He's taking cover because he knows I'm going to throw something.
I
Little
just see him.
bastard.
I know what he's doing. Fantastic.
Can't. That
Like
cat.
the war between you and your cat is escalating.
Mm-hmm. Oh, with a
That's a
15, that is a
15.
hit. Roll me some damage.
Okay, brilliant. That is 8
Okay.
piercing damage.
As you fire the bow, balancing your spear on your foot and standing on one foot, you fire. You hear the zip as the arrow slams into the zombie's neck. He staggers back slightly from the impact, and he continues to slump forward. He has taken some damage. He's getting closer, but he's still moving. That takes us to Frog. Frog is still dealing with the two zombies over here, and so with the one that's in front of him, he is going to go ahead and make his attack roll.
I mean, I'm just going to call it now. Frog's probably going to end up dead. Like, he's not doing well today.
That has been desperate to kill one of the NPCs for a long time.
It's true. I
Wow.
do enjoy NPCs dying. It's one of my favorite things. He rolls a
That roll, though.
24, which is going to give him damage. He's going to go ahead and roll that on out. He's going to deal 7 damage with the first attack. He gets to attack with his offhand as well as a bonus action. So we're going to throw that out there. The second one is a hit too. And so the next damage that goes out is just going to be a flat 1d6. So all in all, he deals 11 damage to the zombie in front of him as he takes both blades. The zombie kind of staggers around him. It seems like it's trying to get to Oscar right now. That is the nearest source of blood and meat, and it is really, really fascinated with the thought of getting itself a fresh steak, extra rare. It turns, and Frog just comes down with both of his short swords on top of it, spearing it into the ground, dealing a ton of damage, dragging backwards, and leaving it in ribbons, but it's still up. It's still up. That's going to take us over to Dax. What do you want to do?
Where's the music, man?
I mean, can you not hear any music? Like, it is there. It's just faint in the background, but I can turn it up.
Dun, dun, da, da, dun, dun, da, da, dun, dun, da, 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 dun.
Actually, like, it's from Tyranny, but, you know, we could just go full out and get ourselves, like, copyrighted.
Yeah. Dun, 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 shh, dun, 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 shh.
Wait, when are we going to do some piracy? This is an island. There's loads of water.
That
This is a
would've been
really
a
good
really
theme
good
tune for Nasan. I've got to be honest here.
This is true.
Nasan
I
approves of
consider-
this theme tune.
I strongly considered a pirate campaign. I strongly considered it. It was actually in my forerunners for storylines, but then I had to come up with like an upgrade scheme for like the boat. So I had to come up with different boats you could buy, and then like upgrades and stuff like Sid Meier's pirate style. And then
that's
like
so
Those are
good,
good.
though.
Okay,
you're gonna be
I'm
a pirate, you have to be
disengaging.
evil.
1, 2, 3.
Dax, we're
4,
talking about Sid Meier's
5.
pirates
I
here. Have
know.
some respect.
I was about to talk about how Narsom was going to be wooing all of the governor's daughters and stuff, and you just wow.
Oh, come on. We
So
all know
good.
Narsom
Alright.
can't dance.
Right, we need to steal a ship, sail out of Woodley.
The
escape
dude just
the
neck shotted
quarantine.
a zombie while balancing his spear perfectly on one foot. I think he could dance. Might
Well, I
not
mean,
be
once
a traditional waltz,
I was
but
like to
I'm
say, like,
pretty
have you been
sure.
taught how to dance?
You got
Have you
to
got
press
performance?
WASD at exactly the right times, or else that you fucked up the dancing.
No, do you have performance? Like, are you skilled in it?
I don't know. I'll just wing it.
I mean,
The
you could.
dice
Your
will
dex
love
is
me.
high enough. Yeah. Yeah. No, I've moved backwards. I use my action to disengage, and I'm gonna use my bonus action to trigger my spell that I've still got concentration on.
Do you need line of sight?
No, if I've got my spell going, as soon as it's going, I can just concentrate on it. Like, I don't need to be in line of sight or anything as soon as the concentration is going. It is 9 fire damage.
Damn.
Okay. You don't see what happens.
That's cool. If he dies, but if he's undead. If he is destroyed, by the way, the spell would end, and I would feel that. But other than that, cool.
That's gonna take us to.
I also want to use my free action to be like, guys, there's like 2 zombies, like a wolf, a big badass guy whose armor's kind of hot right now. That's more than I can fit in properly. In a free
Okay.
action.
Just like, there's lots of guys over there, help.
Yep. And there's a wolf chasing me, but I didn't fit that in. I didn't lead with that. I should have led with that.
You're not even going to tell us about how much danger Oscar is in?
I couldn't fit it in a free action.
Oscar's a lost cause.
Unless Splat says,
He's
yeah,
already
sure.
abandoned Oscar.
That was quick
can see
though.
how
That was quick.
Yeah.
That was, yeah. It's like, oh, the first time it's actually going to be threatened? I'm out of here.
He was that kid on Christmas who gets the new toy, and then like 4 days later, he was like, I'm done with this.
Like, no. After this battle,
Come on,
if
GM, give me a
The
better
new
toy.
toy be a puppy.
no Oscar after this battle, like Oscar's being set free. Like Oscar did his job. Like, you know, he's not in it for like the
Yeah.
glory or anything. He's in it for the revenge.
Set free.
Yeah.
No,
It's
you're
kinda
not
like
turning
the-
him
the
into
horse
beef, Shen.
Has been set free to the glue factory.
You know Shen's gonna do it. That's the first thing he's gonna do once we get back over. Is he's gonna start cutting hanks off of him, just big old chunks, and just be like, not gonna waste it. We use the entire part of the buffalo.
There's no stopping him.
Should have named him Hank. You know what was happening.
Yeah,
Oscar's days are numbered.
a Dobby
inevitable.
hungry. Mormon, what do you want to do?
Right, I now have a zombie in front of me, so pop, I've got my greatsword in my hand, and I'm going to swing at him.
Okay.
Where's the button?
Are you one-handing
What's the button?
that?
There it
thing?
is.
Damn.
Well, I then grab it with the other hand and swing. That's a 12.
That's gonna be a 12. Unfortunately, these zombies are still wearing combat gear because it seems as though they were taken a bit by surprise by their rapid and sudden transformation. You bring the sword up and over your head and downwards, but as you do that, the zombie, he lurches kind of forward, and you impact with the shoulder, and it just goes ding, and it bounces off the pauldron of the breastplate that he's currently wearing. Is there anything else you wanted to do with your turn?
This thing, like, how does this engaging work again? I keep forgetting. Is it that you can move half your movement away, not get hurt, or is
You
it
need
that
an
it takes a
action
whole
to
line?
do it normally.
You use your
Okay.
action, and then you can move your full distance without invoking attacks of opportunity from anybody. So you could actually walk through other people's attack zones too if you wanted to.
So if he's already done his
won't work
attack,
then.
can he still attempt to disengage, but that will trigger an auto attack?
Well,
Oh,
he can
yeah.
move. Yeah, he can move without
Oh, no.
disengaging, and he will take an attack of opportunity. But that would be up to you if you wanted to do that.
I'll not bother with that. I'll
Yeah,
finish my turn
it's not
there.
like it's not like you have 4 zombies about to swarm you. No.
Well, they'll just swarm me 3 feet further away. But one of them will have got an extra attack in.
All right,
I'll be
so
fine. I'm a dwarf.
that's the attitude to have. Dobby,
We
This is
need,
why
to,
dwarves are the best and elves are terrible.
we need to get that on a T-shirt or an apron or something. I'll be fine. I'm a dwarf.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
What would an elf
All
be
right.
doing right now? He'd be like, "Oh my God, when's my next bath time? Am I gonna have a shower after this fight? I don't know. I'm so dirty."
You are
The dwarf doesn't
such
care.
like, and it's not really a racist. It's like a what would it be? Speciesist?
Oh, it is. It's
It's
absolutely
Race,
racist.
okay. Yeah,
but it's
I guess
against
so.
imaginary races that don't actually exist.
Because you wrote them out of the setting. Because you
He's
hated
clearly
them
a,
that much.
a dwarf at heart. He has
still
every
elves.
reason to be racist against the filthy pointy ears.
You just met an entire forest full of them, and they
Okay,
seemed
I'm back.
otherwise well adjusted.
I
Okay,
am
David,
back
what do you
in
want to do?
handcuff, and I am going to cast Ray of Sickness on this guy. Let me ping him for you.
Okay,
Ping.
looks good.
Now I may need to redo this command because I think it might have some old settings in it. Let's see. No, it works.
Ooh.
Good.
Okay,
Tackle
on a 15, he has to make a. Oh, never mind. So you deal 2 damage. You point at the zombie that's actually closing the distance with Mormon from behind the one that he's already engaged with, and swicking your finger to the side, the beam just goes zoop across him, and it deals 2 damage. Unfortunately, let me make sure real fast. I don't know if zombies have poison resistance. I need to check on that very rapidly.
They probably
Let's
do.
see here. I would assume that they more than likely do. They are dark vision.
Because
Understand.
if you think about it, like a zombie is made of flesh and muscle still. So if it's like some sort of necrotic flesh-eating
No,
disease,
that would be necrotic damage. Poison damage is
Oh,
like
okay.
literally like the whole. Yeah, you get slightly sick.
Unfortunately, they are indeed immune to poison. So as the ray hits him,
Okay.
it splashes across his face. And while normally with living tissue, you're used to watching it quickly decay and become ill, his skin is already decayed and ill. And unfortunately, the spell has trouble adding to that. Is there anything else you wanted to do?
I'm gonna shout, Mormon, get out of there!
A little busy at the moment.
Best war cry ever. Yeah, la, la, la.
It's an old dwarvish custom.
Yeah. They don't like
Is-
loudness.
There's other people in this building. I don't want to bother them. I don't have good soundproofing. Okay.
Just lean in towards your mic. Your mic is much better now. It'll capture the sounds.
That's the point.
It captured the perfectly. Very, very clear, crisp.
All right, and so that brings it to the horsey's turn. First,
Uh-oh.
horsey moves over to here. Actually, Mormon, you see a very, very large shape run in between the tent that you can see across over here and in between the buildings, and you can hear da-da-da, 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 and you hear just a harrowing, raspy. It almost sounds like a neigh. Give me a perception check
From who?
Okay.
from Mormon.
Just me.
Yep.
Would Frog
Exactly.
want to roll it too?
Got a 9.
That couldn't be. What? This horrible shrieking raspy sound comes from the direction that the large figure just moved in between the trees. And as it passes underneath the lantern right here at the front of the house, it slams into the pole and the lantern falls to the ground, exploding and igniting this area right here. And I'll get those kind of moved in. So
Even
there is
more
now
fire.
fire spreading across those areas.
Good job, Mormon. Now everything's on fire.
That wasn't me. This means that it's not my
Bullshit.
fault when the house burns down. and
Bullshit,
burns
it wasn't
everything in
you.
it.
You were the one when you were practicing magic, like fires were just starting randomly in your room, so we're gonna blame you for any fires that just start now.
I'm doing the old-fashioned sword thing now. Not my fault.
That's going to bring us on over to Doggy's turns. This one dog right here, let's see what he's got going on. He sees his quarry take off and he tries to stay with him. Now he's going to throw out a little attack right here. Let me make sure I've got his bonus correct. I think it was a get my stat sheets all nice and organized. There we go. Stat sheets organized. It's going to be a +3 to hit. He rolls a 21.
That is
Wow.
Lunging
legit.
at Dax.
Yeah. I'm just kind of
And
running
so
away,
Dax-
busy, like not paying attention, and he dives up behind me, and
Yeah,
You
as
do
you're
your bomb.
retreating, you hear the swishing of grass behind you and the padding of feet and a slight low, raspy growl. and all of a sudden something just grabs your armor from behind. Ah!
That's
you're
more than
going to
armor he
take-
grabs.
2 damage. So he's got a hold of like your clothing basically. He only just barely nips your flesh. But I need you to make me a strength check, please, or a strength save.
I also need to make a Constitution save to keep concentration going.
Ah.
I'm
well,
not
then
worried
go
about
ahead
the
and give me both
damage.
of
I
those.
was worried about being hit. Strength save. This is going to go really well.
Believe. I believe.
11.
Let me go ahead and check and see. I think it's a 12 that you save on, but I'm not 100% sure.
I mean, I'm not too worried when it's only one of them, but...
And you...
we
oh,
forgot to
no.
do Oscar's damage on on my turn, by the way.
Okay.
Your turn's coming up soon.
And then Constitution
since you-
save. I lose concentration on the spell.
Okay, and so heat metal ends. You are also knocked prone as he disrupts your concentration at the same time, keeps you from fleeing.
Are we having to do Constitution saves for a poison effect the first time we get hit as well?
Have you been bitten yet, Dax?
No.
Okay, so I'm gonna need another Constitution check, please.
Is it Constitution save?
Save. I apologize. Constitution save.
7. I am doing so well with this attack.
Okay.
This dice, man.
Yep.
The GM
Alrighty.
has rolled what? He rolled an 18 and he rolled.
But with the 18, the damage was only 1. So you know.
Also,
I'm a
he,
little
he
geeky
rolled pretty
right now.
well for our backup too, so...
It's true.
All right. That takes us over to. Oh, there's actually. Is there more dogs?
Am I poisoned, by the way?
Yeah, there's one more dog, the one on Oscar.
You don't know what the effect is right now.
Okay. How do I feel?
That's an 18. You guys don't see what's happening to Oscar. You feel fine right now.
Do we hear what's happening to Oscar? Like, would my passive perception of 15 hear any kind of...
Yeah,
Sounds?
if you've got a passive perception of, let's say, 13 or higher, as of right now, you can hear snarling and you can hear the sounds of a cow in distress. And I should actually probably be rolling these in secret, but I'm lazy and I don't care. So, that happens down there. We've got Zombie's turn. Walkie zombies. This zombie's going to try and make his way over the cart, which of course requires him to do a dex save, which never goes well for zombies. Indeed.
Nope.
It did not. But he didn't critically fail. He falls prone and will have to pick himself up on the next turn. This zombie moves to here. This zombie moves to here. And so we are going to have 2 damage rolls. And we're going to
Oh, come
add...
on. If this was a real frat, those other zombies would be laughing at the guy who fell on his face.
It's an 8 and a 9, which turn to a 10 and an 11, which are not enough to hit you. Mormon, you've seen these other zombies moving towards you, and you're ready for them. And so as they move forward, you manage to shove them backwards with the flat of your blade, and you're staying out of the way. You're also a bit smaller than a normal target, and so these are human-sized zombies, and they're having to lurch downwards at you. And you, being an experienced fighter, know how to use your low center of gravity to your advantage, and they both fail to really accomplish anything. There's another, you don't see what happens over there. Unfortunate.
Goodbye, frog.
You know, it might be good, it might be bad. You don't know. It could be anything.
This really high roll that I've got while on an enemy turn.
You hear Frog "Ah!" from behind the house.
It's okay. If he dies, we get his ring.
God, you guys.
I'm
Such a
s-
mercenary
I'm
kid.
saying this
And all his
as,
bounties.
as like E, not as Dax. It's fine.
Oh, okay.
He masquerades as the life-loving cleric, but he
Oh,
gets
yeah.
real vicious when healing rings are involved.
Hey, I can use it better than him. Like, I've got bonuses to heals. He doesn't. Fuck him.
It'd be better to give it to
Damn.
someone else so the
Wow.
medic
Yeah, no,
doesn't...
It's true. It'd be good to give it to someone else so that they can heal the medic when the medic goes down.
Mm-hmm.
I guess
Exactly
you
what
can
I was
always
thinking.
you can always grab it off him just before you heal him. But then it looks like you're looting your fallen friend. Could go wrong.
Yeah. Especially with Norson, you know, instincts could kick in. Here's breath from one part or the other.
So
You just want to
vicious.
murder everyone.
So unkind.
He doesn't. His
Well, deep
spear
down-
makes him do it.
You know, you say that,
That's my
but deep
defense.
down, I really feel like the group has taken kind of a murder hobo turn lately. Like between Nasan
I
stabbing
have
dudes
not
to death
taken
and
any
adopting
murder
lasering
hobo.
people to death, you abandoning the cow and also Francis. It's, you know, it's a little murder hobo-y right now. It's a little murder
This-
hobo-y.
It's just Team Monastery over here. They're just like, everyone
Yeah.
must die. All
Team
survivors must not
Monastery.
survive.
What you don't know is our monastery was actually some sort of crazy front for a ninja assassin death monastery.
Yeah,
All
like
we
it's
got is
like
have
the
to kill
Hand or
people.
something from Batman. Like you are the evil monks, not the good monks. You are the evil
Yeah.
monks.
Yeah.
That is just like the nail salons in my neighborhood. They're all just like money laundering funds.
Wait. How did
Cash-
we get to money
cash
laundering? I
business.
thought you were gonna say like. I thought you were gonna say that. Oh yeah, the nail salons. They're fronts for ninjas.
That would
Like,
be awesome, actually.
would
I go to
be
nail
cooler.
salons a lot. I get manicures all the time.
Right. Whose turn are we on? And what are they doing?
Oh, weird
It's Big
things are
Sword
still
Dude.
happening behind the house. Big Sword Dude is up. Indeed. Big Sword
Goodbye,
Dude is
Oscar.
up. Oscar could have a rough afternoon.
That's fine.
But no, he rolls very, very poorly against Oscar, so nothing happens right there.
Do I hear like a moo of smoke?
You do. You hear. If you wanted to go ahead, and I will actually roll Oscar's attack right now, too. We'll call that an exchange since we missed it last time. Oscar crit!
Yeah! His rage kill.
Oscar, we'll see what he does here. So Oscar, I think, does...
I mean, I've done a lot of heat metal damage. I'm hoping Oscar gets the kill. Like it'd be in Oscar's nature to get the kill right now. He's got the revenge going. Does he get rage damage or something?
No. But you do hear a smoke, almost like a battle cry of the cow from back there, and you hear almost a thud. More than that, you kind of feel it in the ground as hoof makes contact with metal. That brings us to... You know, I think his damage was supposed to be 2d4, but you know, he rolled a 3 and a 4, so that's fine. That's all
Wait, no,
good.
his damage is 2d4, and then
It's
you
something
get
like that.
84. Yeah, okay.
Because I'm using stats from like 3.5 because 5th
Ah.
edition doesn't have...
Apparently
And
they
so-
did, but they added it in like literally the most recent supplement. Like there's a cow or something profile. Someone's telling me on Twitter.
Yeah. Oh no, they updated it. Yep, they did indeed. They updated it.
Oh,
Okay.
sweet.
When we're not looking, Oscar's actually a sorcerer. It's
Yeah, it was supposed to be 2d4, but I gave him a bonus for him having better stats because he's a fancy version of a cow, and so it all evens
Cow
out.
Barbarian Vengeance Paladin. That's my
we're on-
senior.
Are the
Mhm.
crawling zombies not going to
Okay.
attack?
They are right now.
Oh,
Okay, with this, having shot one arrow, I'm going to discard my... Oh, is it my turn at this point?
No.
It is your
Sorry,
turn.
I thought you
I'm-
said no. So.
I'm rolling for stuff that's off camera that you aren't seeing take place.
Okay.
So go ahead and take your turn.
Well, seeing
and
that
look at-
arrow hit Mormon, but then the rest of them just cluster around him, there's no easy way of me making a shot. And seeing the dog come belting around the corner and straight into Dax. And Dax went down, didn't he? He fell over as
Oh,
well.
I fell over.
Yeah,
I'm
he's
looking
prone.
hurt.
I throw the bow to the ground. I say, Dax, hold fast. And I just kick my spear up and I just charge down to him.
Okay.
And I move all the way in my one move to there.
As I'm basically on the receiving end of like a Noson charge, I'm a little bit scared because he has been a bit hobo recently. So on the ground, I just go into the fetal position. Like I don't know what Noson's doing right now.
I just vault.
50-50.
I vault past Dax. He's a small thing. Just he's lucky I didn't use him as a platform on it. No, actually, if he is curling up in the fetal position, given his armor, he's fairly sturdy. I do use him as a platform. And
My
I
armor is not sturdy.
kick
My armor
off
right now
his
is actually
armor,
leather.
And in the air, I just tried to stab down the wolf as I go over it.
Give me an acrobatics check. For
Ooh,
knew that was
can
coming.
I assist? Can I
But
actually,
we're
as I see him
trying.
do this, can I
It's
raise my
absolutely
shield to
worth
give him like a
trying.
platform? Because my armor's leather, but my shield is
Sure.
metal.
He doesn't get a bonus from it. You'd have to make a strength check.
That's a
The 20 acrobatics check. It works exactly the way you want it to work. As you're running past, Dax curls up and his shield is in like the perfect position. You step up on it like a stepping stool, leap over the dog, and stabbing downwards. Give me an attack roll. I'm gonna give you advantage because that was really awesome. By the way,
Oh!
These rolls.
unfortunately, as you're flying over the dog, your footing was great, and you're not sure what went wrong. But it's like the dog. You've always heard the rumor that dogs can't look up. Well, this dog is changing the
Wait.
game, and he looks right up at you. And as you stab downwards, he just steps to the side.
Does that mean Noson stabs the ground? So he's now got his spear in the ground, and he could use it like the spring in the spear to like ping back and then kick or something, maybe? Like, you know, you've got your spear in the ground, there's momentum in the shaft.
I didn't land the blow, unfortunately, so I can't pull off my follow.
Ah.
You know, you said momentum in the shaft. That's going to end up in chat. They're just going to be like, phrasing. That's going to be all...
now, because you drew attention to it.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, of course I did. I can't let that slide. It's a great opportunity.
Oh,
Is there
man,
anything
that
else you wanted to do,
was so
Nasan?
well, from my position, would I be aware of what was going on around the corner? Given my position where I am right now.
I would say on your next turn, as a free action, you could like peek.
Is
But
there
since
any
you were
light
engaged
around
in an
there?
attack landing by the corner,
How far does the like fire cast light? Because I realize that half the group doesn't have dark vision, so like what can
it's
people
going to
see?
be 30-ish feet in there. But I would, just to keep it simple, I would say that there's enough fire moving around right now to where you can probably see.
Actually, you know, did we rule on how I could use key? Because I can follow up a normal attack with an unarmed attack. But if I use a point of key, I can use flurry of blows. Is that separate from an attack landing?
It'll say in flurry of blows, like it'll literally.
I'm pretty sure you just use it.
The bonus
I don't think you
action
have
is-
to hit. Go ahead and roll for it if that's what you want to do. I'll check it real fast,
I've got it in
but I'm
front of me.
pretty sure.
Immediately after you take the attack action on your turn. So yeah, you
Yeah.
don't need to hit. It just says you have to make the attack action.
Okay. Well, in that case, then, so as the spear goes wide and it just jams down into the floor, I do more or less exactly what Dax described there, and I just use the momentum to spin around. And as I'm going over, I actually run down the wall on the other side, and I just flip around with one foot, and then follow through with the second for 2 unarmed blows.
You're just begging for acrobatics checks.
I
You're
am.
really
I am.
taunting me. Just like make me
I
roll
was so
acrobatics.
close
checks,
to that
please.
20. I was so close. If that 20 had come off, that would be.
I mean, in fairness, like monks already use like dex for attacks they shouldn't normally use dex for because it's kind of assumed that acrobatics is kind of in there.
Oh, if you had critted, I would have let you use that as your attack roll. I would have just been like, yeah, that's you hit.
That would've been so
Because
good.
you critted on the acrobatics and you're trying to attack anyways.
Okay, so this is my first unarmed 19. Okay,
The hit.
that's 1 hit.
Okay.
And 6 damage,
damage.
bludgeoning, followed
Okay.
by the second hit. See how that one does? No, 11 again.
This
Bloody
wolf
fives.
is pretty damn tough. This is, I think, the only thing that's given you any pause for thought in the game so far.
Yeah. As you spin around the spear shaft and come down, you kick the dog with both feet, pinning it to the ground, and you hear the sickening sound of its spine snapping. It's dead. You killed it. You finished it
Damn,
off.
son.
Wow.
Dax, you can get up now.
It's Frog's turn. Frog is going to disengage. After seeing you, you hear Frog actually, as Dax is running away now that it's his turn, you hear him like, "Where are you going?" And he disengages now after seeing everybody else disengage. And whereas he can't really, where can he get to? I got to figure out a decent spot for him to get to here. He's going to follow you around the corner over to here. And then he is going to use, let me get his character sheet up. Oh no, I reinstalled Windows. That's funsies. Well, anyways, in the case, let's move to Dax's turn, and I'll get back to you on what Frog does in just a moment. So Dax, go ahead, take your turn.
Okay, sweet. I get up, look at Noson, dust myself off a little bit, and go. Don't need to say anything, just thumbs up. And then I'm going to move my remaining 15 feet to... You know what?
What?
I'm going to take my bonus action to hide. So, stealth check. I see if I can hide now I'm around the back of that building like no one's in line of sight.
Sure.
16.
Okay.
And then, looking out past Nason, what can I see? Like, how's Oscar, the wolf, and the big guy?
So what was stealth? Stealth was a bonus action?
Yeah, for me, because I'm a goblin.
Okay, so you can see the combat taking place between Oscar and the big zombie still appears to be up and the dog is still nipping at the heels. You see Frog come charging around the corner of the building as fast as he can, but if you wanted more information on than that to appraise
No,
and
that's
figure
fine.
out...
Like, I just need to figure out who's still up because I wasn't there to see
Okay.
if anyone went down.
Sure.
Seeing the Oscars like basically surrounded, and the big guy, you know, I know that I've been dealing damage to him for a while, and I know like he probably needs to go down. He's a big threat. We need to help Oscar. Apparently doesn't like the big guy. And I'm just gonna cast Guiding Bolt at level 2. Go on then.
Okay.
Is that disadvantage because they're in combat?
No, you never get disadvantage shooting into combat. I might actually have advantage if my stealth roll was high enough, though.
Oh.
So I'm not sure.
Didn't you just shout out though?
Reasonable
Did I
point.
say shout out? Oh, I meant to say, but I may have said shout out. That should be level 2.
Damn.
I assume I don't
With an
have
attack
advantage.
roll of 9. No. With an attack roll of 9, unfortunately, the guiding bolt leaves your hands and it spirals off to the right, and you just can't quite channel the energy, and it explodes as it impacts with the tree, lighting up the area briefly as the magical energy dissipates.
Ah, fuck.
Attack rolls are bad today. I feel bad for you guys right now.
Okay,
Does that
we've got
affect
like
his-
4 undead horses.
Does that affect his stealth at all?
Oh, I'm not
He
stealthy.
cast it out of it, so yeah. He shouted anyways, so technically the stealth was broken when he shouted, so
Yeah.
that's going to bring us to Mormon. What do you want to do up there?
I might
Not
run
die.
away. This seems like it. This
Run
seems
towards
bad.
help.
Yeah, I'm gonna use an action to disengage.
Okay.
Then where can I run to? As far away as possible. What was that? That was to there. I'm over there now. Running away. Did I see that there were zombie horses?
You saw the large figure and you heard the noise. And that it wasn't enough for you to know that it's a zombie horse, but something big is over there. Something big is
Yeah,
over
is it-
there.
As I run away, I go, there's something big following us. I stick to holding the sword then, and that's the end of my turn.
Okay. A light rain starts to fall, almost a mist. And you hear like a low rumble from the sky. Davi.
Do we need to perceive this, or is this just free information?
That's just free info.
Damn. Okay. Okay. Then I have a question for you, GM. We discussed this, but we haven't actually used it yet. So I have a cantrip called Shocking Grasp. So it's supposed to be something you touch. However, I also have meta magic called Distant Spell. I can use a sorcery point to turn a touch spell into a 30-foot range spell.
Sounds good to me.
But I also have Spell Sniper, which gives you double range. Does that affect Distant Spell? So would that make it 60-foot touch,
Yeah.
or would it still be 30-foot touch?
I'd say 60 foot, yeah. I mean, Spell Sniper's a feat, so it's supposed to be powerful, so I would try not to limit it too much. Like, I would try to make it to apply to as many things as possible, because feats are supposed to be good.
Yeah.
Baller. Then I really don't need to move then. Shit. I'm just going to go ahead and Shocking Grasp a little zombie down here. This little
Cool.
guy.
Sounds good.
Is he wearing metal armor?
He is.
No, oh, he is? Really? Okay.
And a light misty rain has started to fall. So you've got all the hallmark signs of conductivity taking place right now.
Is advantage, is that the KDH1?
Yes. Well, not KDH, just KH. Keep highest.
Okay. Oh, that's what it means.
Yeah, keep highest and keep lowest, so KH, KL.
Attack roll 13. Wait, it
Okay.
didn't roll 2.
It didn't roll 2. Yeah.
Editing these things is so annoying.
Just, I would roll it twice for advantage, that way you don't have to edit it every time.
There you go. Attack roll 20.
Which one were you targeting? Can you ping him for me? Okay. So, with the light rain starting to fall, you just notice that there's wet stuff hitting your face as you cast, and you're like, this might be a terrible idea, but it might also be a great idea. And as lightning explodes from your hands, it was supposed to go at the zombie, but it arcs through the air upwards, sideways, and tries to redirect itself with the magical energy until it impacts with the target. Upon impacting with the target, it also then jumps. I would like you to roll me the damage 2 more times.
Holy shit. Okay.
This is like the most powerful cantrip ever.
The situation is very, very good for this cantrip. Fire spells, not so much. But lightning, now is the time for lightning. Okay. A 7 and a 2. So the top zombie, he takes 7 damage as his muscles go stiff, and he just can't really move because there's electricity flowing through and messing up all of his synapses. He is badly wounded. That one right there takes another 7. It arcs off of him from his armor to the armor of the second zombie, the crawling one on the ground. And it reduces his HP by quite a bit. The third arc actually hits the zombie, and you see him well up almost like he's in a microwave. And he goes, and his chest cavity just explodes outwards from the electricity. And he's gone.
Okay, then the last thing I want to do is say, Mormond! The statue!
What statue?
Okay.
Don't
Oh,
tell
God
him.
damn it, we're fucked.
I didn't think I was going to need my stats today. Goody.
You probably still
get
won't.
Let me get that already, just in case you guys decide to use it.
Just in case
Funsies.
the light comes on in Mormon's brain.
No, if the light comes on, he's going to get shocked.
Who has the statue?
Mormond.
Mormont has the statue.
Do I have a
Okay.
statue?
Mormon doesn't remember what statue or like, no. That was such a good move. I'm so glad someone did it, but it was like, no.
Mormont, make me an intelligence check real fast.
Okay. I don't have a
At
statue in.
-7.
I don't have a statue in my inventory. I can't
That's the
remember what it
problem.
is.
Ooh,
You guys left it at the pond, didn't you?
I should have done
We did not leave it.
Oscar on my turn again. Sorry.
15.
So whoever has the statue, you remember who has it. You guys can sort that out among yourselves. But
It's Mormont.
when he says that,
Mormond.
you
It is
know who
Mormont.
has the statue. And if it's on you, then you're like, oh yeah. You perk up, realizing that you do have the statue.
I like the fact
even
this
though you're
happens
saying
like
you
in the
don't.
middle of combat. Like he shouts over to Mom, and Mom's like, "What?" And we all go, "You have the statue. What statue? The statue. Oh yeah."
Don't make me lightning bolt your ass.
I can't just remember what statue we're talking about.
Then that's completely icy. And Mormon's going to be the reason why this party dies here and now. Understand this, chat.
See,
Ben's
you
not
try to
feeling
give the
this.
party. I try to give you oh shit buttons. I try to help, and then the
Oh,
dwarf
the
just
statue
refuses.
that I got given in the episode I wasn't present for. Right.
Oh
Now I
yeah.
remember.
You were here for
That's
that
why
one.
I don't know
That's
what the
right.
statue is.
That's
I
why
want
we
you to-
added it to
so-
the character who wasn't able to put it in the inventory.
God. All right, so you had an adventure where you had solved a problem for a rather large lizard that lived in a pond.
I do.
She
I
had
do
given you a
remember it now.
statue. Okay, cool. I didn't know if you'd watched the episode or not.
I watched the episode, but I'd forgotten that there was a statue involved in it till the connection was remade.
Okay, so you have the statue and you're aware of its location. We're taking it to the horse's turns right now.
I
horses-
forgot to do Oscar's attack on my turn. Is it too late?
Yeah, now that you have line of sight, you can shout what you want him to do.
Oscar, I'm gonna ask him to disengage and fall back because I think he's overextended, but he probably won't, and he'll attack. Like I fully understand that might be the case.
Give me an animal
Come
control
back.
check, please.
Nat 20.
Nat 20.
That's what I nat 20
Oscar-
on. Nothing else.
Oscar looks back at you, and he senses in your voice as you're making all these motions, Oscar!
Don't leave
me,
me, Oscar.
He
Oh, come
hears
on,
the
you know-
desperation.
You know Dax has broken out the pink pom-poms at this point.
He has.
I mean, I would do a little ping pong on that, but my elbow quite can't take that yet.
but he's surrounded at the moment. So Oscar, for a brief moment and without hesitation, lashes out with his back foot at the dog behind him. For an attack roll of 13. Let me see if that's a hit real fast.
It's 14.
It's not, but it is enough that the dog shrinks backwards for just long enough that he can use his action to disengage. And so he can go 5.
Wasn't his action to attack, though?
No, he got that as a bonus for the crit that went through
Oh,
with the
sweet.
animal handling.
I got you.
So Oscar's going to fall back to here with Frog. That's about
You
as
should
far
probably-
as he can get.
You should probably crit more often, Dax. It seems
He's
good.
got 40-foot move. Can't he get like another 10 feet?
Oh, does he have 40 foot?
Yeah.
Let me see my cow stats real fast. Cow. Oh, yeah, he does have 40 foot. Cool. So he's at 25 right there. That should give him another 15. So he can get back 3 more squares. So he's right there.
Sweet. I'm doing cow riding next. I'm fed up with this. It's cow riding time.
You really should put no sun on there, and you can just charge around and just spear everyone.
That's
So the
true.
horses. You see a black figure run in front of the flames and disappear behind the house. Actually, nobody sees that. You guys are all out of position to see that. Never mind. You are unaware that this horse back here is back there, so act
I
accordingly.
can't see him.
Oh, you can see him. I'm sorry, Adabi. I lost control of your position, but you
Oh.
can see him.
Yeah, he's lit by the fire, isn't he? He's got like a backlight. This horse genuinely probably looks quite scary right now. Like it's backlit
Yeah.
perfectly by flame,
It's like something out of a nightmare.
and it's just
like
run through the
something-
gore exploded zombie that was just like a couple of meters in front of it.
Maybe
Yeah.
that's why it exploded.
You're gonna have nightmares about this in the future. This is not
Can- As someone who's
Fear
just
check.
standing here, Adabi's not a very he's not a very confident man. Can you just tell me how imposing this fiery horse image is for someone just standing there watching it come towards him?
It's bad. Between the thunder and the lightning overhead and the slight drizzle and then the fire that's bouncing off of his like shining fur, which has started to rot and part of his face is missing, and just the noise that he's making as mist comes out of his mouth and he roars. Yeah. This is the sort of thing out of like one of those stories they used to tell you at the monastery on stormy nights just to mess with you. And you're not feeling this situation.
By the way, I totally missed an opportunity there, Avak. When you went to the side and were going like talking to the ferrets, I really should switch back to the normal overlay so that you're doing that to Bentham.
But you need to replace Bentham's picture with a ferret, just temporarily.
Just put one over my face that tracks it.
Or you could always use what is that program called? Face Rig.
Face rig, yeah. If
on
there
the
isn't a
dog's
ferret
turn.
in face rig, there should be.
He's going to rush Frog, who he sees running around the corner. And he's going to crit as he attacks Oscar.
As he
So
attacks
Oscar,
Frog.
Frog.
Frog,
Oscar's
I'm sorry.
good.
Frog. This is going to be a little nasty. That's going to be 10, and it gets a +1, so that's going to be 11 in total to Frog. You hear the sound of a as the dog just barrels into the back of him, grabbing the back of his neck and doing that jerk thing that dogs do. And you see flesh come away as Frog just falls face down to the ground and stops moving. He's down.
Well, I know my next action then.
Did he explode like the zombie?
He didn't explode. There wasn't explosive dog teeth. I thought about it, but it seemed a little gratuitous.
That should be in shadow, right? I need to write this down somewhere. Exploding cyber dog teeth.
Exploding teeth in general would be great.
Yeah.
The problem is, I really want to leave him dead so that I can have that ring, but I'm not Dax.
You're just so cruel.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you said you knew what your next action was, I'm like, I'm not sure whether that's to heal him or to steal the ring.
I know. I was wondering as well.
All
That
right,
said,
and so
like-
that's the only dog.
Are
We're
we
at
playing
standing zombies now.
Are we playing the new rule, like, if you go down, you, like, lose a finger and stuff?
Yes.
So if Frog loses the finger of the ring, and then we kill the dog, and then we take the ring from the dog later. Just saying.
It might happen.
Now I'm imagining Dax like holding holding Frog's hand to the dog, being like, go on, fight it. You can do it.
Feel free to send your complaints to enterelysium@ee.com.
EE.com. He's got his own website. He's very professional like that. He's very
yeah, like I
professional.
would do, but the problem is like there's this like company that stole my name called EE.
I know.
They do like
I know, I'm terrible.
phones and stuff, and I get complaints all the time about terrible reception.
The large zombie lurches forward. You can just barely see this around the corner after his quarry. Zombies are kind of easy to pipeline like that. And then on this turn, there just seems to be just a gaggle of zombies that come moving and slumping around this corner.
Is that the
Almost
name?
playing
Like,
like a road.
yeah, like you've got a school of fish, you've got a shoal of fish, whatever, a gaggle of
Gaggle of
zombies.
zombies.
Well, I call it a
sounds about
shambling,
right.
maybe. It might be a
Shamble.
shambling,
Oh.
How about a shuffling?
I think the correct term is
shuffling.
horde of zombies.
a horde, a shudder.
Yeah, but
boring,
it's not
though.
large enough to be a horde, though. I feel a horde needs more.
Why can't we just call
Well,
it a
give them
family? Like,
some-
why can't you be accepting of the zombie lifestyle? Why can't they just be a
No.
family? It's a zombie family coming around. Why does it have to be something like a shamble of zombies? Why do you have to dehumanize them like that?
Well, I mean, if they're here to hurt us, you could just call them a murder. It works for crows.
That's true. That's true.
It's gonna be offensive against crows comparing them to zombies.
Let's see. EE, roll me a d20, please.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Roll. Oh, okay. I'll just use. 9.
Okay. You hear a crack as the dog steps over Frog's body and is just gnawing on him. It sounds like somebody stepped on a bunch of twigs in the forest. It's bad. It doesn't sound good. As far as you can tell, he might still be alive though, but he's not moving. That's gonna be the end of it. Nosan, what do you want to do?
Okay, well, with everything going on there, I am. Right, so those zombies at the top moved down towards Mormon, didn't they? Okay.
Yes.
Well, given that, then I am going to.
Forgot one. One goes toward a
Okay.
Davi. It breaks off.
No! Bad zombie.
I'm going to rush over here. I'm going to use my action this time to sheathe my spear and pick up my bow as my item manipulation action, if that's all right.
Okay.
That's why I drew the bow on the floor, so I'd know where I'd need to return to.
Okay, cool. That brings us to Frog, who he has a check to make, and that's going to be hidden from you. So go ahead and Dax, take your turn.
Okay. As far as I remember, I still have my
Save
rapier
Frog.
on me. I don't
Save
think I
Frog.
put. Does anyone remember if I used my rapier yet this combat?
You have not. I don't think you've
Okay.
stabbed it.
In which case, I've still got that on me. So I'm gonna shout. Seeing Noson run away to grab his bow, Mormon nearby. Noson, Adavi, stop the stragglers getting around. Mormon, help me hold this alley. And I'm gonna run to here.
Uh-oh.
And then I'm going to cast. I'm gonna heal Oscar with a cure wounds.
Sure. Go ahead and roll me that.
Nine.
Nice.
Some of Oscar's wounds close, and he seems to be a little bit less staggery. It seems as though he regains a second win. And what was your next action?
And then I'm gonna. No, I can't. I can't do 2 spells in one turn. Crap. In which case, I don't have anything else I can do with my bonus action. Nothing I want to do with my bonus action. So
Is healing word a bonus action?
it is, but you can't cast 2 spells in one turn. It depends. Like a lot of people homebrew it so that you can cast a second spell if it's level, like a certain level cap. to make casters able to do something, but by Raw you can't. No.
Okay. That takes us to Mormon's turn. Mormon, what do you want to do?
Strictly, the Oscar should have an action as well. Oscar's
go
going to
ahead.
hold his attack for the first person that comes in range.
Okay. Sounds good.
Right.
So Oscar ambles up alongside you and takes up almost like a defensive position next to you. Mormon.
So, if I remember rightly, in order to use the statue, you had to say the name of the lizard, the wyvern.
Yes.
Right. I don't remember that, but that's because I wasn't there.
We did
So-
tell you. It's Lithia.
That's it, Lithia. Okay. I guess I'll take out the statue and say, "Yeah, good idea, Lithia." And I'm just gonna say it at it and see what happens.
The statue seems to pull towards the sky slightly.
But like it's gonna like fly up.
Like almost it wants you to hold it higher.
I just go, and raise it above my
It's-
head.
Is this a
Okay.
short joke? Is this it's a really long short joke that's going to happen here? No, you
So
can't
holding it
summon
above
her.
your head, you feel it vibrate for just a moment. As you're saying it, you're like, "Oh, something's happening." I mean, it already like made you want to put your hands up a little bit higher. But then all of a sudden, a giant bolt, every bit as large as the one that Adavi just fired at the zombies, comes down from the sky, hits the statue, and everybody give me perception checks, please.
Uh-oh. Did we just kill Mormon?
That would be funny. 21.
Natural 20.
Whoa! Natty
Well,
20.
2 natural
These
20.
are the
Wow.
shit that we nat 20 on in this combat.
And then Mormon.
I like how
Mormon,
they're all
literally the guy who's
21,
holding it.
I mean, he's
21,
blinded.
24, and 20, and I'm 11.
Yeah, but you might
I
be
guess
blinded.
I'm busy
so-
being. I'm busy
You
being
got lightning
struck
in
by
your
lightning.
eyes. Yeah.
Dwarves are good at some things. Perceiving is not one of them. I played a dwarf in Shadowrun, and I never perceived shit. I could never see anything. It's just a
I like-
dwarvish thing.
That'd be a great description. In the D&D guidebook, when you're trying to pick your class, pick your race and everything, you reach dwarves, and it just shows this, frowning, bearded fellow. And it says, dwarves are good at some things. That's it. That's all you need to know. You don't need more description than that.
Everybody else, you hear a roar over the top of the lightning and the thunder that's taking place, the thunder. Mormon, with the thunder that's starting to start overhead, you don't hear anything, but the statue starts to vibrate, and all of a sudden it explodes and shatters as the lightning comes down and makes impact with it. The roar comes from the sky, and rocketing down from between the clouds, you see a massive red drake, a wyvern, slam into the ground alongside you. That's not massive at all. God damn it.
A massive. Oh, it's like the size of like a big chicken. Cool. That's great.
It slams down defensively along the left-hand side of you. Mormon, make me a acrobatics check, please. As it hits the ground, it shakes. Nasan, I'll need one from you as well.
15.
Okay?
So close
Okay.
to 20. So
I know.
many times.
You both manage to hold your footing as the ground lurches underneath your feet, and you can almost see the shockwave going through.
Oh,
This
do the
beast
zombies
landed-
have to do it?
They should, yeah. That's actually a pretty good point. So we're going to roll 3d20, and we'll just reduce...
Actually,
Reduce
given
each
the
one by-
distance, wouldn't Dax and Oscar have to do it as well? Because they're at least as close as... In fact, they're closer than I was.
I'll give
Zombies
them
are
a
blooming
pass because they're
ninjas.
around the side of the building. Maybe the foundation helped out a little bit, unless they really, really, really want to roll for it. So the first zombie that's on the left-hand side holds its foot, and in fact, as it lurches, it seems to be okay. The second zombie right here falls prone, that one. And then the
I got a
one that's
7.
over here manages to stay on his feet. Dax, you are knocked prone. As the ground lurches underfoot, you see the house next to you sway, and you try to put your hand out, but as it leans to the side, it misses and just...
It's okay. I was like
That's
half turned around, gesturing at Mormon, being like, "Mormon, how in the attic, Raph?"
However, Oscar manages to stay on his feet, so that's pretty cool.
My
He
rolls
stumbles to
today.
the side slightly,
Well, that
almost running
zombie
into you.
with
In
a nat
fact,
20, though.
yeah, that zombie was just like, nah, you can't mess. He's like the Michael Jackson of zombies. He's just real footloose. You can't stop him.
He's moonwalking and shit.
He actually does the whole just swayed forward like to an impossible angle and just straightened back up again without moving his feet. It was amazing.
All right, so let's go ahead and we will add Lithia to the tracker while Adavi takes his turn.
Mormon, do you?
I still have a move and stuff.
Yeah.
You can still move.
I imagine that took an action or whatever.
Yeah.
To do all that stuff. Okay, so after a massive dragon lands in front of me, and after I've just been struck by lightning in the hand, I'm pretty shaken right now. And I'm like, and then I look between Lythia and the zombies. I'm like, you got this. And then I run over to the alley to help.
Okay.
I don't think I can get to in front of Dax, unfortunately. So
You can jump
just
over him.
there.
You
Yeah,
can't. He hasn't got
acrobatics.
enough movement to get that far.
Oh.
I could stand in the same square, but I don't know if that's allowed.
It's not. No two creatures can share the same square.
All right, I'll be just behind him then.
Unless they're riding
That's the end of
Oscar.
my turn.
Yeah,
Okay.
you could ride Dax.
He can't. He's a size larger than you need to be a size larger than your mount.
I'll probably kill him.
I'm sure that's not stopped anyone in real life before.
Damn.
I
Yeah,
could
as I say,
ride
Dax,
any
you
of
could
you.
sell out. You could sell out Oscar right now and try to get a wyvern mount.
I mean, Oscar's leaving at the end of this battle. Like, I've already resigned myself to the fact that I'm not going to impound like a creature who's willingly decided to help me. Like, I'm like, you've done your quest. Cool, good for you.
It'd be so good if he actually rolled a nat 20 and just basically befriended Lythia completely. And it's like, oh yeah, okay. It's like, oh my god, this has broken the campaign.
Yeah, I somehow get the
Let's
doubt
try
that
this
I would
immediately.
be like in charge of Lythia. I kind of think Lythia would end up being in charge of the group.
All right,
You
I'm
little
gonna move
dog.
my ass.
You big dog.
I'm gonna move my ass behind Noson here, and once again, use Shocking Grasp on this guy. Let me ping him for you.
Okay.
Bing bong.
Oh, there we go. Rolled a 10.
With an attack roll of 10, unfortunately, that's not going to be good enough. The lightning is actually messing with your ability to channel the spell properly, whereas last time it worked to your advantage. This time it goes forward, and then it just kind of arcs up randomly to the sky and just fizzles out as it impacts with the cart over here. It just doesn't make the connection. That's going to take us to Lithia's turn. Lithia's first turn. She's actually going to join combat. Making her wait till the next turn kind of seems like a dick move. And so she lands on the ground right now. Let's see what she can do. I haven't had time to familiarize myself very well. Yeah, let's do that. That sounds awesome. Let's do that. All right, so
It's actually
Lithia-
refreshing to hear you say that about a friendly creature.
I don't know why I always cheer for you guys. That's why when you guys have bad
Yeah.
rolls, I say I feel bad.
To be
Like,
fair,
I make facial expressions when they land
Yeah.
big hits on you. I'm cheering for you guys. I'm just the storyteller. That's all that I do.
yeah, I think
you
we've
seem-
got to accept.
You seem so confident.
No!
You seem so confident that Lithia's going to be on our side. Like, what makes you think she doesn't have a price
Why
for
does
her
he just
help?
do something awesome that crit fails? Feels like it's going to be something awesomely
Yeah.
bad.
So,
We're all dead.
so those of you on the MP3, Lithia's first attack was a nat 1.
It would be, wouldn't it? I'm going
What
to
does
give
she try
Lithia
to do?
an advantage because she just fell out of the sky. And actually, the one that she attacked was prone. So she does have advantage. So that's cool. That's legal. The one she attacked was prone. There we go.
I was a
I
little
did
bit
so see
hoping
that
it'd be a
being one
nat
again.
1 just to
Yeah.
be like,
Yeah, I did take into account that this zombie right here was prone, and that's the one she was attacking. Lithia moves to the side, her tail whips outwards, and you see the scales pull backwards and sideways from the tail as it dashes forward, and it impales this zombie right here. She lifts it up into the air and then slams it back down into the ground, and there's just a burst of body parts and chunks flying everywhere as it explodes all over the grass. She lets out a roar into the sky that sounds every bit like the T-Rex from Jurassic Park. I can't make that noise, so there you go.
No
Does
one
she also
can.
have short?
Sounds like.
Does she also have short little stubby arms that are useless?
No, her arms are actually actually she doesn't have front arms at all. She
Yeah,
only
and
has
Drake
back
doesn't
arms.
have front arms. He's got wings and legs.
Oh,
Well, a wyvern. That's the difference. A dragon is a six-limbed creature. A wyvern is a
It's just a
four-limbed.
scaled ostrich. That's all that it
look,
is.
honestly, you can make up as many weird things as you want, but okay.
That's gonna be. Does Lithia get 2 attacks? Ah. Yes, indeed. So Lithia is then going to lash out with her mouth as she destroys that one on the ground. She turns to the zombie that's on her left and snaps forward with her jaws. Let's see how she does. With a 14, that is enough to hit. She snaps forward, picking the zombie up in her mouth. She swings it back and forth, just like the dog did with poor Frog. She deals 10 damage to that zombie. As she whips it back and forth, the zombie is going to make a strength save. very, very quickly. With a titanic display of strength, though, the zombie is bleeding everywhere. It's almost ripped in half. The zombie just starts pounding on Lithia's face, and just by pure accident, a thumb just gets stuck in her eye for just a moment, and she drops the zombie back down to the ground, and he's still alive. This dude is like the Sly Marble of zombies. He just out-wrestled the wyvern.
By the way,
out-wrestled the wyvern.
having been like knocked to the ground and just seeing this crazy display going on behind me, I go, I whip my zombie back and forth. Oh, that's a good idea for a song.
That's going to bring us up to the horse's turns. This horse comes around the corner and engages with Lithia. He does have a charge attack, so he's going to slam into the side of the Drake. I got way too many windows open right now. Way too many. I'm missing the one that I wanted. Damn it. Oh, well. Let's move some stuff first. So this zombie's going to come around. I'm sorry, that horse is going to go that way. This horse can't really do much because there's an impasse over there. So they're going to reroute this way over to this side. And then get my little stat sheet out here. With the charge attack that went at Lithia. Has to move straight towards a creature. Never mind. So he's just going to attack. That's not going to work out. The attack is going to be, a nasty attack. However, that is going to be a critical fail as the horse comes around the corner and attempts to lunge with its back feet. The ground, which has now been watered down quite a bit by the rainfall, slips to the side, and the horse falls prone, losing the rest of its turn and unable to attack. It is now prone in front of the great wyvern.
I'm imagining this like as a natty one, like the ground's rather wet. I'm kind of imagining the horse like charges around, like I'm gonna do a charge attack, and then goes, Foop! Wah! Slides like 10 meters, like legs flailing.
Yep, like
I'm
running in the
imagining it more
bathtub.
like those cats that try to make the jump, but they're on the slippery surface, and they just back legs just go straight out from underneath them. They go like 5 feet forward, and they're just like, oh, I regret everything. Ah.
No, but see, then they just walk away and lick themselves like they meant the whole thing. It was totally, yeah. You saw nothing.
That dog leaps over the top of Frog's body, and when that happens, Oscar uses his ready to attack to try and hit the dog, but unfortunately the attack roll was a tad low. The dog is going to attack Dax.
He has advantage, I'm prone.
Oh, you are prone, aren't you? Doesn't matter. He rolls a 13 and a 5.
I raise my shield and kind of fend him off. Like, I'm pretty small, I can fit almost behind my shield. It's good.
Yeah, you managed to get it in front of you and use it as a bulwark as he's snapping and trying to get around the edges of it. You're just not allowing it, and you managed to hold. That takes us to the walking zombies. Walking zombies. Seeing the roadblock here, this zombie is just going to go off that direction. You don't actually see where he is. That's going to take us to his turn. Actually, there's a walking zombie right there that's still on his feet, so we'll go ahead and do his attack roll.
He's the
He
hero
tries
zombie.
to attack. Yeah, he tries to attack the Drake, but given the fact that basically the top half of his body is barely attached to his lower half, he's having trouble getting the muscles to move the way he wants them to move, and just kind of flails ineffectually. This big guy closes with Oscar.
And
raising-
broken shed, guys. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
Yes!
Wow! And raising, see the rolls go all around, and raising his massive greatsword to the sky, he swings it downwards, but it flips out of his hand and just goes flying that way. I'm going to need a dexterity save from both Dax and Mormon, please.
Do I
And the
have
dog.
disadvantage because I'm on the ground prone?
No, you'll actually have advantage because you're lower to the ground.
You could just stick it in a table.
I got a 6.
I got a 23.
Okay, it doesn't matter because the dog failed his, and so as the blade swings out of his hand, it arcs sideways and hits the dog for... We'll just call it a normal attack. Let's see what happens here. 7 damage on that one, and the dog is speared to the side of the building by the long gray blade, which is now just kind of waggling slightly out of the wall. The dog is gone.
Seeing this, I just shout out to Zombie and go, thanks, mate! You're doing great! Keep it up!
All right, that
He
takes
was
us
really
to Crawley
inspired.
Zombies.
He was really inspired by you heating his chest plate.
Yeah. That zombie is right there. He moves on up. This one
Moving on.
is going to crawl over the top of Frog, and I'm just going to allow it because I am the GM.
I mean, technically, like an unconscious character doesn't like own a space because they
Yeah.
don't have control. So
Yeah, it works. I forgot to move that zombie too, so he'll be over here. There's quite the
You did,
crowd
you
coming
moved
around
him
that
forward.
side.
You moved him up.
Oh, I
You
did
said
move that one?
He was
Okay.
had the roadblock, so he's going to
Ah,
go
yeah.
that way.
This Crawley zombie is going to make for Nasan. And he's going to make his attack.
Just
Is
a,
the rumpled ground difficult terrain at this point?
Yeah, I would say that, but he could go around it with his normal movement, so...
Okay. Still misses,
He'll
but I was
just
just checking.
14, that's not a hit, I presume?
Uh-uh.
Okay, so he tries
just
to
a-
grasp at your ankle, but you just
So-
raise it up real fast and push
What
him
did you
back.
say, Shen?
I think Oscar was holding his attack.
He
did.
tried.
He
He
missed.
missed the dog.
Yeah, you used it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he rolled very poorly.
You know, animal handling checks were great at. Attacking, not so good. And thinking maybe a job in the circus.
We double critted on perception rolls.
Okay, job in the circus, or possibly as like a metal detectorist.
No, the way you just
Adventuring-
add ist to the end of it. Metal detectorist.
I mean, what do you call a metal detectorist? Like a person who uses a metal detector. Metal detectorist. You don't. But
On
I
this
think
turn,
you should. That's an awesome word. I like it.
you hear a curious sound.
What does it sound like?
Perception checks from everyone, please.
I've got a passive perception of 15. Would that be enough to hear a sound I wasn't looking for?
Sure.
Natty ones from Mormon and the Dolly.
Wow.
You guys don't
I mean,
hear
like,
anything. With the
both
throng of
checks
combat
at the
around
moment.
you,
are both of them doing
There's
like the whole
tinnitus,
like
man.
finger in the air, like ma, ma?
yeah. A lot of weird shit has happened in this combat, and you're just so overwhelmed with just the sheer volume of stimuli that are occurring that you're not even processing anymore. It's like that point in the war movie where somebody's just like staggering forward and all they can hear is wee. Like it's just tinnitus nonstop.
I really wish we still had the person who in chat was like doing the logging of the rolls every session, because this session would look ridiculous. Like how many natty ones have we had already? I got
lot.
22 though.
Then there was the turn where everybody rolled a crit but one person. I mean, it's just so it fluctuates so much
I
today.
mean, it was just
Uh,
perception, but
Dax and Nasan, you hear boom, and all of a sudden the sky is lit red. You don't see what happened, but you feel the ripple run through the air, being blocked only by the building in front of you, and you see the light thrown across the landscape in front of you.
so like basically a nuclear bomb's gone off, and a David Mormon is sitting there going, ma, ma.
I
More or
just got
less.
struck by lightning. I feel like it's fair for me.
To be fair, when a really
That's-
loud sound happens, that wee sound in your ears is basically the sound of the cells in your inner ear dying.
Yeah.
They've just gone down. Your nervous system hasn't caught up to the fact. It's like, oh yeah, we're receiving dead information. Let's stop listening to those cells now.
Funsies. That's going to bring us back to the top of the order. Nasan, what did you want to do?
Right, when you said the sky is painted red, was it briefly, or is it now like lit up kind of thing?
It was for about 1 second, just 1,000. It was a flush of light, and then it dimmed and went away.
Okay.
And that was on the
Um,
ground. It was on the clouds overhead. It was a general aura that just went boom and then was gone. You heard the splintering of
Okay.
wood and the sound and creaking of something being detached and thrown, but nobody has line of sight on what happened, so you're basically blind right now other than the sound.
I'm going to use my turn to disengage, and as I'm doing so, I'm shouting back to Adavi, whatever that was, we don't want to be here anymore, Adavi. Start pulling back. But counter to my own advice, I run down here and behind Lithia.
Okay. You're going to take an attack of opportunity from the
I
Zed.
disengaged.
Oh, you disengaged. You're good then. Never mind. That takes us...
Could you wipe out the drawing as well, because I've already picked up the bow.
Sure.
Good.
There we are. That's going to take us to Frog, who is still unconscious. Something's going to happen. And go ahead and take your turn, Dax.
Well, he might die if he's rolling like a natty one and then any other bad thing. So, because it depends what I'm going to do. I'll need to know if he dies or not.
He's underneath a zombie right now, and he's not moving. It's going to be very, very difficult to appraise without a perception check, unfortunately.
Oh. Okay. As Nelson says that then and runs towards me, I'm going to be like, no, there are people in that house nearby. Can't leave them. And I'm going to cast Healing Word.
Okay.
Doo-doo-doo. 6 heals on Frog.
Okay.
And then
you hear...
Ooh, ooh, ooh. Yeah! Frog!
you hear a grunt as and you see the zombie kind of lurch in a weird way, and you see him drag himself out from under. He's still prone, but he's now behind enemy lines, basically.
Okay.
And he got how much health? 6?
6. Because I'm a baller, even rolling a 1.
Not so good on Humble, though.
No. Well, Dax maybe, I'm not. And while I'm like, I still have my action left, and technically I could stab the zombie in front of me, I see Mormon right behind me, and I'm like, tag, you're in. I disengage. He's a better frontline fighter than me.
But you got
I
much
was-
better armor.
My armor's only better by what's your AC, Mond?
Mine's 17.
Yeah, he's the same as me.
You got 18, don't you?
Oh, let me check. No, I'm 17 at the moment, I think. Let me double check. Because I did
I was
upgrade.
sure
but I
you
was-
were 18. I do apologize if that's not correct.
No, I think I'm 17. I'll double check that I'm got my calculation correct, but yeah, like I basically tagged Mormon in because Mormon was a better frontline fighter.
I was
Does a lot more
expecting
damage.
that because, like, we may have the same AC, but I have health. I have much health, and
Also,
other
you
people
do
don't have
damage
so
when
much
you
health.
hit things.
In fact, can
Yeah.
I?
Would have been surprised if you hadn't got out of the way.
Actually, I've got
But it's
Oscar
fine.
next to me. I need to use my movement to get on Oscar, right? We decided it was half a movement.
That's fine, yeah.
Okay, in which case I will mount Oscar. Can you bring my character to the front? Because I'm actually behind Oscar right now, so I can't actually get my character when Oscar's there.
Yep. There you go.
Sweet. So I mount Oscar, and instead I'm just gonna make an attack then. Yeah, the big fella. It's the big fella in front.
And this
He's
is
got a-
Oscar's attack?
No, this is my attack because I didn't use my action because I can just mount him as part of that, and I never actually lose my zone of control.
Okay.
So as my action, can't use a spell because I used Healing Word, so I'm just going to make a normal rapier attack. So I pull the rapier out, Oscar rears back. Oscar! Let's get your revenge! And I'm going to go for a stab with the rapier.
Stabby, stabby.
13.
And that's on the big guy.
Big guy.
You stab outwards from the front of Oscar, but it slides off the front of his breastplate, which, having been cooled by the water coming down, is no longer sizzling and or hot. It appears to be mostly attacked, actually, but he does not take any damage right there. That takes us to Frog.
Oscar's going to make his
Frog-
attack.
Yes. Let's go ahead and we'll do Oscar's attack. Unfortunately, Oscar rolls a 10. He goes into gore with his head, but the zombie in front of you is wearing that breastplate, and it's just doong off the front of him as he staggers backwards before regaining his course and moaning. He moves back towards you with his hands outstretched. Frog's up. He's going to, as he crawls out, he's going to use half his movement to stagger back up to his feet, and you hear him go, "Thanks," as he rubs his face. He slashes out with both blades, trying to get the zombie that's behind him. First attack is a 23.
Nice.
This is why we
Second
have
attack.
allies.
Is a 24. So, in total, he's going to do 1d6. And then he's going to do... altogether, he did 13 damage to the zombie that's on the ground that was on top of him. He pins the zombie to the ground with both swords into the back of its calves, and tearing through the bone, he drags it backwards, and putting both blades up underneath the zombie's head, slides him crisscross, and the zombie's head slides off as black blood spatters.
Oh, you got kill animation.
Yep. As he spackles blood all over the zombie that's in front, and that one goes down. But you can hear him like breathing really, really heavily. Like you get the feeling he's probably not long for this.
Oh, he's really enjoying it a bit too much.
Mm-hmm. And actually, he needs to make a roll because he got an injury.
Yeah, I'm wondering. He had 2 rolls while he was down there. Can anyone in the party notice, like, if he's missing something?
Unfortunately, you hear him grunt, and he goes, "Ugh!" And you see him cough up blood. He takes 1 damage internally.
Is it
The
like
worst kind of damage.
max health reduced by 1 or something? I'm not sure how these like permanent injuries work.
He's just taking damage for right now, as far as you can tell.
Oh,
if you give him a
crap.
medicine check, the part later on, you'll be able to figure out what's wrong with him.
Okay.
Using his movement, he's then going to close the gaps right there with blood running down the front of his armor. He actually looks fairly imposing with his head down. You can see him like steel himself through the massive amount of pain that he's in, and he just keeps moving forward. In any other setting, you probably wouldn't want to fight this guy given the visage that he's putting forward right now.
Is he walking forwards like a normal person, or is he shambling?
It's a shamble, but it's kind of like a determined I'm gonna fuck something up shamble. Like he's
Not-
unsteady.
not like
but
a
there's
zombie
some-
shamble.
There's some life left in there. Yeah, it's not a zombie shamble. That takes us to Dax. You already took your turn, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Hmm.
Okay, that takes us over to Lithia's turn. Lithia is going to attack the horse that is right in front of her. She does that with a +7. So that's for the stinger. That's going to be a 22. And then for the bite,
Damn, son.
that's going to be a 21. So the horse, actually, she's got advantage. So we're just going to count those last 2. Yep, that's why right there. So she...
2 net 20s!
Good lord.
She
Good lord.
Look, right, in future, we're great at perception. That's great. We suck at fighting. Our allies are great at fighting. We should just become the scouts for an army. Maybe we run their army. I don't know, but we don't do the fighting. Cool.
You say you're good at scouting, but you knocked over a fence 4 seconds into your last scouting mission to look at the
Yeah.
house.
To be fair, not to point fingers or anything. The
Okay,
whole
okay,
reason why
okay,
we
okay,
ended up
fair
in an ambush is because you suck.
We tie me to
scouting.
a pole, people carry me around, and I will do the perception, but I won't do the sneaking. Just like prop me on a pole, I'll be your watchtower. Like give me I'm CCTV. Just point me in
That
the
seems
direction.
completely legit.
Thing
We'll,
is,
we'll
you-
attach
you-
you like one of those flagpoles to moments back.
Yeah.
Thing is, you knocked over that wall, and then half the party didn't hear that.
We're good at this game.
Lydia lashes out with her tail up and downwards as the large barb on the end drags down the side of the zombie horse. You see a number of its entrails start to spill out, but it doesn't seem to really take notice. It's still on its feet. However, this seems to enrage the large wyvern, and it steps backwards and gets a slight charge before it attacks with its bite, which deals, oh god, actually not that great of a roll.
It's an average roll.
14 damage.
Oh, it's got +4 on it.
14.
Crap.
Yeah, that's not a good roll for
No, that's
46.
a 10, and average is 14 for the
Yeah. It lashes out and grabbing at the horse's leg, jerks backwards, and you can just see a large gash run from the back of its haunches down the side of its leg. But the horse it's hurt real bad. It's close, but it's not quite down yet. That's going to take us on over to Mormon's turn.
Alright, I'm going to charge forward and attack the zombie in front of me.
Okay?
You've got flanking, and he's prone, so
Indeed.
sweet.
That's good.
Give me that advantage roll.
There we go. 15.
With a 15, you got yourself a hit.
Oh,
That works. And the damage is...
do
8.
you get to reroll 2s on your great weapon? Because I think you get to reroll 1s and 2s, right?
I do, yeah. So I'll do that. Wait, is it... What are even the dice that I'm rolling in this attack?
D6, 'cause
Six.
it's
Roll,
2d6.
just
so
roll a new d6.
And that was a 1. Do I reroll that then?
I think you keep the second
No.
roll.
Okay.
So
You
Sounds like
deal
down.
7 damage to the zombie in front of you. You have a flanking bonus. You see Frog looming up behind this thing, and taking a cue from the fact that you have the tactical advantage right now, you ram your sword into its shoulder, and it almost spits the whole thing. It's a very, very large blade. You don't quite see it come out the back of the zombie, but pulling it back out, the zombie is still up, but barely functional. This thing it's beat to hell and back. This thing is just in absolute tatters. Is there anything else you wanted to do?
I'll leave my turn there.
I will note the large sword that is stuck in the wall in front of you, over the top of this zombie right here. You notice that it looks very, very ornate. But aside from that, we're on to
Can I do
Adavi's turn.
anything with that with a bonus action? Can I like grab it?
If you want to, athletics to pull it out of the stone or out of the stone wall, please. Yeah, King Arthur moment.
All right. Am I worthy of the sword? I got a 20.
Yeah, there you go.
You reach out, having your other sword in your left hand, and pulling with all of your might. You feel it go clink, clink, and it comes out. And to your surprise, it's almost got like a grainy feeling as it scrapes against the stones coming out. You expected it to be a bit smoother because the cobblestone that was used for the construction appears to be very, very well crafted. It's very smooth. And as it comes out, there's kind of a grinding feeling. But in your hand sits a blade that the hilt is made out of silver, a very, very slightly tarnished silver because it hasn't been cleaned in some time. Along the handguard on both sides, there are blue gemstones which have been carved into the shape of almost like flowing water at each of the ends of the handguards. So there's like a circular relief at the end of the handguards. It's very, very thin with a circular relief on both sides. And those carved stones are in the top of it. Running down the blade as you look at it, it's got almost like a slight sugary texture. It's hard to describe, but it catches the light very, very oddly. And at the end, there's just one slight barbed hook on the blade. But other than that, it's Adavi's turn.
Well, No Sun did have some good advice. He said, run the hell away. And I'm going to take that advice a little bit. But I want to stay in range so I can still be attacking. Yeah, 60 feet. Awesome. So I'm going to cast Shocking Grasp at the last remaining zombie inside all these horses. The first time I cast into a crowd of
Isn't
zombies.
the shambling zombie
Pretty well.
there?
It's-
Crawling zombie just
It's
above you.
prone, so you'd have disadvantage.
Ah.
Sorry?
That's just a picture. It's not actually prone. We keep saying that they're prone, but those ones last time I just said it's just a random. It's to make the combat feel a little differently, so we don't have like a dozen of the same figures on there. They aren't actually prone unless I denote it.
Okay, well, I'm going to cast at this dude because the last time I cast into a crowd, that was pretty good results. Let me ping him for you.
Okay.
Ooh, natty 20.
Roll me another. That was a D8 that you just rolled. Roll me another D8.
Yeah,
please.
yeah. 10 damage.
On all 10 damage. As the lightning arcs out towards the zombie, I'm trying to check HPs right now. My little pop-ups aren't going. You really get a hold of this one, and you're starting to be able to read kind of the ambient energy in the air now that the rainfall is normalized. And whereas the last one didn't go so great, this time I think you've got a feel for it. And in a stroke of genius, incantations are perfect as this rockets out of your hand, and it's a massive stream of lightning. The rest of you actually see crackling going through the air, throwing light against the side of the building as it flies, and it deals 10 damage to the zombie as it impacts with him. It's also going to bounce due to both the rain and the crit. I'm going to need you to roll me 4d8, please.
Whoa.
And add your casting stat, please, to each one. We'll just do it after the fact. Your casting stat is what, +3?
It's 4 now, isn't it?
It is 4 now.
Okay, so we'll add 4 to all the scores. So with a 4d8, the first damage does 7 to the horse that is on the right-hand side of the zombie as it leaps out. The horse staggers to the side and, vomiting kind of black blood, barely holds its feet. This thing has definitely seen better days. The horse to the left, it looks like the lightning arcs around the corner, but you're having trouble seeing. And from there, you're not really going to know what happened around the corner. But suffice it to say, it looks like it arced around the corner and did quite a bit of damage. So
Does Lithia
it was a
get
real
shocked?
good cast. Lithia does not, because it was a critical success, and I'm not going to punish you for a critical success.
Cool. Okay, then the last thing I want to do is, in Draconic, I want to ask Lithia, what was that light?
Lithia turns for just a moment and says, "The creatures, they fry." Lithia can't see around the corner to see the explosion, but that's what it was. I'll just give it to you now. There was a large explosion. You'll be able to investigate it after the combat. That takes us to Horsies. Horsies are basically just going to surround the Drake as best as they can. And unfortunately, my little clicky things for my facing are not being super convenient. With 60 feet, that should make it to there. The last one I'll measure out, though, just to make sure. So that's going to go out to there. Actually, you can move through friendly spaces. So technically, they can get in there.
By the way, our tumbler glass is filling up quite nicely.
Nice. That's good. Let's have a look at it. I need to look.
And so
my
going to
stream
wreck it
closed.
immediately.
Yep, they're going to drop bombs on it. Drop bombs on bombs. Okay. So the horses. I'm just going to roll all these attacks at once because it's going to make it go quicker. And each one of those gets a +6. And so there's only one hit in the mix right there. That's going to go out from the warhorse. And I don't need that window anymore. Okay. The horses all try to swarm up on Lithia, and it's kind of a strange thing to see because horses are such large creatures, but it almost looks as though they're like dogs trying to run up on this massive beast which has just fallen from the sky. It really makes them seem slightly less intimidating now that you've got a greater sense of scale. Only one of them actually manages to deal any damage to Lithia. As it comes around the corner, it throws its hooves upwards and begins stamping, and actually the hooves impact with her tail, and you can tell that it hurt as Lithia looks behind her and roars. She's taken a little bit of damage right there. Aside from that, there's no more dogs in combat, so we can just remove them entirely. The walking zombie is going to move up here. Actually, doesn't really need to. We'll leave that right there. Move that back over to there. This one's going to come around this way. And that's going to be one attack from zombies against Lithia. Actually, there was 2 hits right there because it was a +6. Let me roll another set of damage. That's going to be a 15.
Damn it,
And
Lithia!
so one of the horses, with a massive hit, slams into the side and almost climbs slightly up the side of it as it digs in with its hooves, and you can see scales and flesh coming away. And Lithia staggers from that one. It took some damage. Lithia got hurt on that turn.
We're not having beef tonight. We're having wyvern meat.
Wyvern steaks.
Oh, yeah.
You do notice, though, that as the flesh tears away, it doesn't hit the ground. It almost dissipates into powder as it reaches towards the earth. The zombie's going to get an attack, so that's going to be
Kind of a
1d10.
fan of a goblin stuffed inside a cow, stuffed inside a drake myself. Slow roasted.
It's just 700 ferrets, Evak.
Another hit for 3 damage. The zombie walks up and, holding on to one of the wyvern's legs, begins chewing on the side of it. That's going to take us to Big Zombie, who is going to try and swipe Dax off the back of the horse. He's going to be using default zombie stats at this point. So that's going to be, you're always proficient with your own attacks, so there it is. A 16.
Nope.
Didn't the
Okay,
zombie... aren't there more walking zombies to have taken a turn yet?
There was only 2 left. You guys have actually
Oh, why
did a
are
pretty good
there
job at clearing out.
5 on the screen?
Where are the 5 at?
Oh, the other
3 of
3
them
are
are
in the
crawlers.
other not crawling crawlers. The ones that look like they're crawling, but
Oh,
they're
I'm
not
so
crawling.
sorry. I'm so sorry. I thought they were all part of the same group.
Yeah, don't worry. It's been
apologies.
confusing me as well.
He tries to grab you by your foot, but you quickly just kick it out of the way.
Oh,
and he's
is
unable to
it
get a
a
hold of
grapple
you.
check? In which case I need to do an opposed grapple because it's not opposed by my AC. It's opposed by my...
Nah, it's just an attack. It didn't land anyway, so... he's going to pull up alongside Frog. And that leaves us with this one right here. How far can he go? He can make it. So he's now on a Davi. So we've got 2 attacks. One from the zombie versus a Davi, so let's give that a go. A Davi. That is a roll for 12. I don't think that hits you.
No.
You have a lot of time to see this zombie coming up on you, and he really does telegraph his attacks, and you have no problem as he claws downwards, just kind of sidestepping out of the way and getting back into the fray. The crawling zombie is going to attack Mormond because I'm just going to say it's going to be a straight attack because we've got like a double flanking position going on right now, and so it's a little weird.
Yeah, you don't get disadvantage if you're surrounded. So you just get advantage
Oh, you
on
don't.
you.
So he does get advantage. Well, the one that's with Frog. So that one right there is attacking Mormon with an 11. That's going to be a failed attack as he tries to bite at you. You hear the click of his teeth, and one of them snaps in half as he tries to get after you. The one that's behind Frog attacks with advantage because he has Frog flanked. If I can find my 0 key, good lord.
This is what I'm worried about.
He rolls a 17. That is going to be a hit. He's
Now.
going to roll for damage.
Yes!
It's a 5. He grabs onto Frog's shoulders and pulling Frog slightly backwards, bites him on his shoulder. And you hear Frog,
Oh.
ah!
No, Frost took that one damage before.
Yeah, I was going to say that
Balls, I
does
forgot about
equal
that
the
one.
60 jigging back.
Frog is, he's still up with the 5, as far as I know.
No, he took one before when he spat out blood, and I only healed him 6.
What did I do right there? I did something. Well, either way, he
killed Frog.
collapses back down to the ground backwards with the zombie on top of him. Roll me another d20.
Oh dear.
Poor Frog.
10.
Okay. That's going to bring us over to Nossan's turn. Nossan, what do you want to do?
Okay, so with the momentum that I ran towards this building, now you said previously that it's kind of like made of cobble and stone. Are there handholds on it?
You could make you tried to jump for it last time. We didn't really define it out very well. It's very much
I'd
flattened.
like to try and
but you-
climb it this time.
Make me an acrobatics check.
$16.
Okay. You managed to work your way up onto the thatched roof. What would you like to do now?
Fantastic. What kind of roof is this? Is it like a particularly steep roof, or is it more shallow?
It's about average. You would say it's probably about a 40 degree angle. It's
Okay.
made entirely of thatched rolls, which have been laid side by side and then lashed together.
Okay.
Made of hay, essentially. Hay and straw.
All right. From this position, then, my first thing I'm going to do is, well, as I'm climbing up, I respond to Dax's original cry, and I say, "I know. Why do you think I'm running towards the danger when I'm telling everyone else to fall back?" And I get up onto the roof,
Okay.
and I'm going to perception roll. I'm trying to survey the whole area from this vantage point at this point.
Okay. So you are up on the roof. Give me a perception check, please.
It's a terrible roll, but
With an 11, it's enough to gather general information. You can see that there's a building back over there, which you saw previously with one of the windows shattered out right here. This entire section of the building on this side has exploded outwards and is gone. And you can actually see slightly into the building from that angle right there.
Uh-oh,
That's about
more
what you can
fires.
see. The fires appear to have mostly put themselves out due to the rain and whatnot. And so we'll take these and we'll get rid of them. However, taking the drawing tool here. This entire section has been blasted away and is just open to the elements right now.
okay.
Other than
Still on-
that,
Sorry,
that,
is
Shen?
it still on fire? That area that's been blasted over?
no, it is not. As far as other things that you see, there's nothing else in the courtyard. It appears as though the ones that are fighting right now are all that there are.
Okay. All right. Well, with having seen that, I just cry out, "It looks like there aren't any more coming." And I turn at that point, just balancing on the roof, and I draw my bow, and I'm up. This is just fluff, basically. I'm ready an attack, aiming it to a Davy, as I shout out, "Davy, fall back further!"
Okay.
You're not my real mom.
No, she abandoned you. Maybe I should have done the same thing. She was onto something.
She just didn't
Frog's
want to
turn.
keep feeding him.
He does eat a lot, doesn't he?
You
Going
know-
boys who have scales instead of skin, they eat a lot more.
Frog is laying on the ground right now, and you see his body kind of tremor for a moment, and a little bit of blood goes up and out and over the front of his face and starts running downwards as he lays face towards the sky, unconscious. Dax.
Okay, guy in front of me, done a lot of damage. Guy to the side, Frog's down. Big zombie in front of me, right? I go,
Yes.
"Oi, you!" When I say that, does he like look up or glance, or does he seem to recognize that I said anything in any way?
He's already focused on you. His last attack was on
fair
you,
enough.
and he's keeping forward.
In which case, I'll try it anyway. I am going to cast Dissonant Whispers at him.
Okay.
So he needs to make a DC 14 Whiz check.
Okay.
If he can hear me. If he's deaf, it doesn't take effect. But if he has any sense of hearing whatsoever...
He rolls a 6.
Yeah, so he takes 14 points of psychic damage, and then immediately falls back using his reaction as far as possible, which triggers an attack of opportunity from both me and from Oscar.
As you issue the command, a shudder goes through the zombie's body. He staggers backwards for a moment, and you just see lacerations of psychic energy running across him. And then he just kind of seems to deflate and falls to the ground with all hint of animation leaving his body. He's down.
Cool.
That works.
Yeah, that does work. Oh, what's my medicine like?
Oh, by the way, EE, on that command there, you don't actually say what type of damage it does. It says whiz check or take 14 and must immediately use reaction.
I'll fix that after this turn then. In which case, I'm going to make an attack versus a zombie. Frog's down, right? Frog's down. Didn't we say that people who are down, like, they don't have the zone of control in their space, right?
They do not.
In which case, me and Oscar are going to move up, like, directly on top of Frog to try and cover his body.
Oscar's too large. He would be blocked by the zombie that's behind him. He takes up 2 squares.
Wait, if I turn him then...
There you go. That'll work.
Yeah. In which case, yeah, I'm going to make an attack versus one fighting Mormont, so that's an advantage.
Okay. You already used your action on Dissonant Whispers.
Oh, yeah, sorry. In which case, I use my bonus action to... Yeah, I don't want to use my bonus action. I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah, but Oscar's going to make an attack. So if you can make an attack versus the one we've got an advantage on.
Okay. That's going to be a big hit. So he's going to roll 2d4 plus 4. And he's going to deal 7 damage to the one you have advantage on. He actually lowers his head and impaling the zombie to the ground and drawing his horn back out covered in black blood. The zombie's spine is severed in half internally and just stops moving, and it is removed from the combat. And at that point, it's going to be Lithia's turn, but we're going to take our little break here.
I just want to move before the end of my turn.
Sure, go for it.
To this side of the zombie. Which square does that zombie take up? It's kind of in 2.
The one that his head is in. His head and his hands.
Okay, right. In which case, I'm going to be behind him there. Sweet.
Okay. All right, so we're going to take our break right here. We're about 2 hours in. This combat should resolve fairly shortly. We thank you for joining us here at Roll For It. Be sure to check out the Patreon while we're away. We'll be back in about 8 minutes. All right, everybody? What's up, everybody? Welcome back to Roll For It D&D. I've got a quesadilla. We're playing some D&D, and the combat appears to be winding down. They've killed the
You
big
get it from
bad.
your mutant taco truck.
No, there was no taco. Do you know how hard it was to find Mexican food yesterday? It was really, really hard. It was National Immigrant Day, and so everybody was doing a protest where they wouldn't go to work, and there was like no food anywhere. Like everything was closed. It was a bummer. I was like, I would pick this day to need a burrito and some fajitas. I would pick today.
That's just too dangerous to comment on, so I'm just going to gloss over all of that.
I mean, I was going to say, like you said, do you know how hard it was to get Mexican food? And I was like, yeah, actually, I live in Britain. Do you know how hard it is to get Mexican food over here in Britain? I don't think you actually do.
Every restaurant was closed yesterday. It was just lights out all across town. I almost starved to death. I'd eat canned food. I'm lying. I got a quesadilla. So we're rejoining the combat with Lithia. And she is going to, seeing how surrounded she is going to make an attack with fire breath.
Oh boy.
I mean, I guess it is raining. You
Every
did say
time.
that fire would suffer at the moment, and she rolled a 2, so...
Technically, I'm homebrewing this, so I don't even know, because, like, Fireball, for example, doesn't require an attack roll.
Okay, so her AoE, if she's working like a dragon, there's no attack roll. It's a DC, and she would have a cone or a line if she's doing it like a dragon would.
Let's do the DC, and she's going to drag her head sideways and get as many of them as she can in front of her. So the 4 in front of her. So the save. I don't know what the save is going to be. I'll call it like...
I imagine it'd be something like 16 or something.
14-ish.
Oh.
Yeah. We'll call it another 3d20 right there, just to see how they all do.
Do you want me to find the
nobody
fire
saves.
damage of a dragon, by the way?
Nah, I don't need it. I was just going to do like
It's a lot. It's fire breath.
Yeah.
They cook. They're dead.
It's like,
that right there.
wow, that's...
Lydia's kind of
Lots
scary.
of dice.
She ate really, really, really spicy food before being summoned. She was literally in the middle of dinner. in
She's
fact.
actually the boss of this entire campaign. This is just where we meet her and find out she's really dangerous.
Don't say that. I'll give him ideas.
And so the 4 in front of her are instantly reduced to ash in spite of the rain. Just gone.
Because I'm fairly certain how much damage would literally kill Mormon in one hit. Like,
Yeah.
You're dead now,
It would
Mormon.
Quite
Oh,
a
okay.
lot.
It would
I think-
put you unconscious, it wouldn't kill you.
Like, I'm pretty sure just a level 3 fireball is 8d6.
Yeah.
Like, I'm almost positive. Like,
yeah,
and if you resist it, you take half.
Yeah.
So even at half, that would really hurt. But yeah, we can end combat right now if you guys want, or you can fight it out. But basically, the combat has swung in your direction. You can make the decisions you want to make.
I kind of feel that, like, because Frog still has a death saving throw that he might lose, and because Mormon might actually get a kill, because he's now going to get an advantage attack against the zombie, I kind of want to see that, because I want a Mormon to get a kill.
What say you, Shen?
I'm enjoying my taquitos. I don't care.
What say you, Avic?
I'm Mormons. On a scale from 1 to really yes, please now, how much do you want to get a kill?
Like a 3. I'm not that bothered. I did
Then,
damage.
yeah, let's just skip it then.
So as the combat concludes, you
Oscar
quickly
tramples
finish.
over the zombie without thinking about it before we get into the building.
Frog is unconscious and requires medical aid. But
I
aside
cure
from
wounds.
that, the moment the last combatant hits the ground from the withering assault from Lydia, Lydia looks over at the party. The contract is complete. Thank you for sweetening my waters. And slowly the wyvern launches into the air, and you see not it disappear behind the clouds. It dissipates and just dematerializes as it reaches altitude. What do you want to do?
Cure
Did
wounds.
we understand that, or was that draconic, by the way?
It was in Draconic, so only a Davi would have caught that one, unless you wanted to translate, buddy.
Nah.
Okay, so Frog is back.
Yeah. What does he lose this time?
I can't tell you until you do a medicine check, unfortunately.
I mean-
As he stands up, though, he falls back to the ground, and leaning against the side of the building, he can't seem to get up on his feet, and blood is just gushing from his mouth and his nose.
I will try medicine check. I'm not amazing at it, but
While
11.
that's going on, I actually lean down on the thatch roof. I'm careful of where I'm putting my feet. Most of my weight is actually on the load-bearing wall around the edge. Where I just take out a knife and I hack into the thatch a bit to try and part it open and peer inside.
Sure. Okay, so as you're doing that, does anybody else want to do anything right now?
I'll have to just for a moment staring at the massive dragon that just disappears and going, I hope we made good use of that. And then I go around the side of the building to see what is going on and if there's anything on fire.
Frog,
At the moment, I'm
okay?
holding 2 great swords, because why not?
You're dragging 2 great swords with you. I figure just one on each shoulder.
Frog, are
Is
you
he
okay?
walking with a swagger right now as well?
Pretty soon he's going to put them both on his back and he's going to be like Geralt of Rivia. He's going to have like 2 big bastard swords on his back, just looking like a badass. Everything he wears is made out of leather for some reason.
Sure,
He's like a medieval
badass.
biker.
The problem is, though, that if he actually
It
put
sounds fine by
his
me.
two-handed 6-foot tall on his 5-foot back, the handle, to avoid like kicking it, the handle would be like literally like 2 or 3 feet higher than him. Like he wouldn't be able to draw it. Like you can't
That's why
back
they
draw
have
anyway.
That's why you have the 2. Well, if you've got a snapback, it'll work, where it's got the snaps on it or whatever. That's a modern thing.
Yeah.
But you've got the section on a Zweihander that's like maybe a foot long that's covered in leather. That's why that's right there. So you can just grab that and pull that for the snaps, or you can use it to brace yourself or whatever while fighting.
I don't think Frog hears you, though. But Abby, I think he's out of it.
A frog, you hear it, he goes, I'm a, and more blood kind of gushes out of his mouth. From your medicine check, looking at the blood, you got to get a better look at it, but you cast a light spell very rapidly on a stone that's standing nearby, and running it down, you notice that the blood coloration is darker than it should be. Yeah, it's very, very deep red, almost a blackish color. You think something internal might be wrong.
No, I actually don't really know where Nosson is at the moment because he went around the corner and up on the roof where I couldn't see. So I'm like, Nosson, our friend here needs some help. Do you know anything about medicine? Nosson? Nosson?
Nasan, as you're pulling the roof apart, inside the building underneath you, you see the dead body of a massive sea giant whose skin is ashen and looks to have been turned the same way the creatures you were fighting outside is turned. Nearby, you see Sloovy with his hands bound behind his back. He's managed to get his feet free, but he's just laying on the floor panting. He's covered in small wounds and gashes, but the large sea giant that appears to have been turned is laying on the floor with its head kicked in.
Okay.
Mormon, what's inside? No, son, what's inside?
Another zombie. I think he's dead, but Sloovy's in here as well. And I continue hacking at it. I'm basically trying to open it up enough to jump inside.
I'm quite worried about, like, Frog, because he's coughing up really dark blood, and I don't know what that means in character. So I'm, like, just literally being like, Nosson! Nosson!
Give him one of the potions! At that point, I assume I've made enough of a hole, and I jump down inside.
Healing doesn't seem to work. It seems to be, like, I don't know.
I'm now on the other side of the wall.
I didn't know where you were originally, and I will continue talking to the darkness.
Dax is talking to the sky like an old man talks to his front yard right now. You hit the ground, and at that, Sloovy sees you land, and he, that was you out there. And he tries to fake out a smile for you. As you can see, I've had my own set of problems in here. I heard the ruckus, but I wasn't quite sure, and you can see a gag around his neck. I got the gag off, but my dear friend Kakoa hasn't been quite so lucky, unfortunately.
Seeing that, well, I'll give Mormon a chance to react because a lot of stuff has been going on around him first.
Well, I'm looking around.
Turn the music down a little bit. It's piercingly loud sometimes.
I'm looking around the corner at the moment at the big house. Do I see anything there?
You see what Nasan saw previously. The front of the house appears to have been exploded outwards. A fat chunk of the house is missing on that red spot that I've put right there. Your view line would be something like that right now from the angle that you would be sitting at. Across from you, there is still a building right here with a busted window that you haven't investigated. There is a crossway right here. Give me a perception check, please.
Or
Okay. You don't see much more than that.
Yeah, I'm
Right.
heading to the front of the main building here where the wall collapsed. What the hell can we see inside from outside?
Perception check, please, for your character.
Come on, dice roll. 14.
With a 14, visually as you walk up on the house, you can see through the part that's been blown apart over here, and I will move some of this, so don't think there's a zombie in there, because there's not. You can see a table with some settings that has been slightly burned and singed. In front of you, there are 2 barrels right here that appear to have exploded outwards, and there's the remains of kind of an oily residue laying on the ground in front of you out this way. Some of it vaguely flickers with flame for just a moment. Aside from that, you can see large double doors through the back of the house. And in fact, I'll just uncover this area for right now and assume that you're panning and scanning around. I was using this as my dead zombie storage area to keep them off the battle map. Inside the building, you can see a large table which appears to have been set for a number of people to eat, and 2 large double doors at the back which are fastened with a massive padlock. With your perception check, as you're walking forward, you also find a robe laying on the ground. Strangely enough, it's slightly dusty on the inside, like there's a pile of dust inside of it. And
I'm going to
looking
pick it
at
up
it,
by the shoulders and shake it out a bit.
Sure, give me an Arcana check as you do that.
That would be
Ooh,
23.
very nice. As you pick it up, the cloak itself positively tingles with magic, although it is dissipating slightly. The tingle goes down as you hold it longer and longer and longer. So something magical happened here, and as you're looking around at the ground, you see the vague signs of grass being snapped outwards from where the robe was laying, and it looks as though the rocks and the dirt have been disturbed by a violent movement of wind or air of some kind that seems to have centered where the robe was lying.
Huh.
You feel as though detect magic would be a good call right here, too, just given your experience. I'm just saying, like, you would draw that conclusion. You'd be like,
You act as if I still have a spell slot available. No, of course, I'll cast Detect Magic.
Okay, so casting Detect Magic, you step backwards for a moment, and the cloak in front of you is just glowing with kind of a black, cloudy energy. But as you look forward...
Does the black, cloudy energy look familiar to anything we've seen before on the island?
It does. It does
Ooh.
indeed.
Do I
very
recall?
similar to... I'm trying to recall myself, actually, right now. It would be the same energy that you saw infused in the area where the ruins were, actually. That same sort of dissipating, cloudy, purplish-black energy that seems to be going away right now. In addition, you get the feeling that a necromancy spell was cast, and narrowing in on that area in front of you, you see a halo around 2 slightly glowing figures. The one on the left appears to be shaking hands with the one on the right. The one on the right is slightly wider, and it looks as though he might have been wearing a robe. And around that exchange of hands, there is a circle of energy as though to denote there was a discharge when their hands connected, and the energy that was discharged was necromancy related.
And is the robe on the person on the right the same robe that I'm holding?
You can't see it. It's kind of the shimmering shape and the outline. You can't see details. It's more like figures made out of light, almost.
Gotcha.
Tell he's got kind of like a robe on because he's slightly wider than the other man, who appears to be wearing just normal form-fitting clothing, basically.
Now, do these kind of Arcana and Detect Magic, I don't know, checks, do they actually have any type of timestamp associated with them? Can I tell how far back this was?
Intelligence check. Actually, Arcana, because I want you to have your bonus. Normally, this wouldn't be included in the Detect Magic spell. What you get is whether or not magic was cast right there, and if the magic was cast, you know what school it's from. Those are the 2 that you get. However, with an 11, what was your question?
Question was, can I tell when this took place? Like, let me rephrase that. Based on the damage to the side of the wall of this building, based on the damage to the barrels that were here, and based on the setting on the table, is any of that stuff the same?
None of the explosion on the left has nothing magical to do with it. It appears as though the fire just spread, and it looks like they had lantern oil or something inside the barrels that were along the front side of the building. And when the horse knocked the lantern down, it caused the building to explode outwards. With regards to the food, you'll need an investigation check there, but there doesn't appear to be anything magical about the food, aside from the fact that when you look at drink sources, you get the feeling that maybe there's something vaguely magical there, but it's very, very dim. With regards to how long ago this magic happened, judging by the aura of the cloak and the aura that you're seeing in front of you of the two figures shaking hands, you get the feeling that it was blindingly bright when it first happened, given how bright it is right now, because they both seem to be winding down slowly as you watch them for a couple of minutes. So it's probably been a day or two, you would assume.
Okay. Well, I'm going to investigate that table then, and I rolled a 7. Not very good.
As you move across the table, it looks as though whatever happened during a meal. Plates are upset. The silverware is all over the place, but there is the kind of rotted, barely, half-standing remains of a meal sitting there. Among the chicken and everything, it seems to have gotten kind of a thin rind over the top of it. Things like that indicate that it's just been sitting out there and no one's touched it since it was laid in place, although some of the food is half-eaten.
Does any of the food still look edible?
No. It's been sitting out for about 2 days. At best, some of the fruit that's been laid out on the table looks perfectly fine, but everything else looks like it's been left open to the elements a little while too long, especially in the presence of zombies and rotting flesh.
I'm going to grab some of the fruit then. Pocket that shit.
There you go. You've got some pocket fruit. What does everybody else want to do?
Well, back to me and Sloovy then, looking down to the kind of pallid-skinned sea giant, I nod and say, "Your handiwork?"
He nods, and he tries to hold up one of his feet, and you see that his boot is just covered in blackened gore. It seems that somehow he swept the legs out from under it and maybe stomped its brains out during the scuffle. I did, although it brings me no pleasure to kill a friend.
Well, with the greatest of respect to your friendship, I lift my spear and I just stab it into the neck and to the side a few times until it dislocates the neck.
He
Can't
shrugs.
be too
and he
sure
goes,
with
"Well,
everything going around here.
true that.
With that,
He
I
tries
actually
to work himself to his feet, but his hands are bound, and he actually, as you look at him, he's quite bruised up and damaged. He's not in great shape.
with the corpse decapitated, I move over to him and get in close. And whilst I'm moving to release his bonds, I just have a look at him to see if there's anything I might notice. Does he have any kind of pallidness to him? Does he look, anything like that?
Medicine check,
what should I
please.
roll for that? Okay.
Yeah, medicine.
Got
Okay.
a 13.
A cursory evaluation. You take a look at him as he's standing up, and he's a big guy, so wounds are going to stick out a little bit more if he was seriously wounded. You see a collection of bumps and bruises, and he's bleeding slightly from his brow. Taking a look around the room, you get the feeling that they've been struggling for a bit. Whatever happened, it looks as though the other giant that you've just decapitated was also bound, but in kind of the fear of being turned into a zombie, essentially, he managed to get out, whereas Sloovy hadn't gotten quite that far. Sloovy looks okay. He looks hurt, and he looks tired, and he looks a little bit malnourished, but he doesn't look like he's turning or anything like that.
Okay. So as he gets up, I toss the bonds to the floor. What happened? How did you end up here?
Well, my investigation, as you know, you left me over at the Croftwood Circle. I was looking for Kakoa here, who had disappeared during his time. He came over on a ship previous to ours, and I was hoping that I could bring him back over to Rogar's camp and have him teach us about the area a little bit better so that we could be less cavalier about the way we were hunting and making use of the land. I had heard from the Croftwood Circle, though, that during his wanders, he hadn't been seen in some time, but he had given people a rough idea of where he was going to be in the forest the last time he set out. He did have the Druid's favor, roughly, in our own way. So I head out there, and even though the tracks were old, I did manage to find that he'd been in the area recently, probably about within the last week. Tracked them all the way here, and unfortunately, they took me in the forest. A number of the little creatures, I don't even know what to call them. They moved on all fours, but there was too many of them. like flies or mosquitoes. They descended on me, and everything went black, and here I am.
Interesting tale. I noticed that Mormon was moving to what I assume is the door outside. Would my passive perception have picked that up?
Sure. You can hear the heavy footsteps of a dwarf, unless Mormon is trying to conceal it.
By the way, quick question.
I'm just seeing if I can open the door.
Does Frog, like, I only got 11 on my medicine check. Does Frog look stable, or does this look, like I suspect, pretty bad that he's coughing up black blood?
It's pretty bad.
Yeah, so at this point, like, I wouldn't be wasting time. I'd be following Mormon round. I'd leave Frog where he is. I'd be like, I'll come back for you. And I'd follow Mormon round. I don't want to move him if he's injured. And I'd be, like, trying to find Nosson. Like, I don't care that Nosson, like, fobbed me off. I need to find someone who can heal better than I can.
Okay.
I'm trying to open the door.
The sound
It's
of
possible.
the dwarvish footsteps and the rattling of the door. I start looking around the door. Mormon, I take it that to you? I call out.
Yeah, I'm here.
Can I perception the door, see if there's any kind of weak points or anything like that?
There's no rush. The door just appears to be locked. It doesn't look like
Okay.
there's any traps or anything like that with your passive perception.
Okay, I gesture for Sloovy to back away from the door, and I step back and I call out, try kicking it in. It doesn't look particularly sturdy. We're clear of the door.
All right, and then I just give it a good kick with the
Athletic.
lockers. Be a 1 now. And it's a 1, yeah, it's a 1.
Your shoulder
the
into
door
the side
kick you
of the
back?
door. And you hear like a thump as your shoulder dislocates as you hit the door. And from the inside, you see it like lean inwards, but it doesn't give. Like it looks like he hit it hard. And you hear a grunt from Mormon.
I come running
the
around the
opposite
corner of
side
the
of the
stage
door.
like, Moment, have you found Nosson? Frog's in a bad way. Magic doesn't seem to be doing any healing. He needs, like, someone to actually do some actual, like, healing.
You see Mormon's shoulder hanging at a very odd angle.
As the door, like, distends and then just kind of swings back, I'm like, Mormon, are you okay?
I asked exactly
how
the same
much
question
pain
from
am
the
I
other
in
side
right
of the
now?
door. I'm like, Mormon?
It hurt. I mean, it's not like the worst pain ever, but it's definitely uncomfortable.
What?
Like, that's not right.
Like, the door? Why?
With a medicine
that
check
point-
of 11, Dax, you would know how to relocate. It's just like you jerk on it real hard. You would know how to relocate someone's shoulder real fast.
Can I do that through
Is
chainmail?
Is that how it works?
Yeah.
Okay. Moment, I'll see to that in a second. I can fix that. But where's Nosson? Like, Frog's really badly hurt.
He's in there. I'm trying to
try
get
and
to
keep
the
it on.
door.
Listening to all of that, I just kind of nod to Sloovy and then whoop, out come my lockpicks. And
I try and
You
keep the
produce
door
your
down.
lockpicks,
Oh,
but then you realize you're on the inside of the door and it's just dead bolted. And so with lockpicks in
16.
hand and that fantastic door, you go flip and you just flip the door back open.
They stored their prisoners in a room where
With
the
a lock.
locking mechanism was on the side with the prisoners.
Yeah, I guess
I mean, that
so,
said,
but
like,
were
if they have nicked, like, a
How
normal
did they
person's
get out
house,
of the room and then lock it?
I know. How did they lock the room?
No, it's
without
a
the-
deadbolt.
Look,
So
look,
there's
it's simple, okay? They built the thatched roof after they left the
There's
building,
a lock
okay?
hole on the outside. They used a key. It's a deadbolt inside the frame of the doors. There's just like a little turny thing on the opposite
yeah,
side.
like, in
that you just
fairness,
flick
they
real
didn't
fast
build
and
this.
made
Like,
the
this
door
was
vis-
just, like, someone's house that they nicked, right? So, of course, the lock's
Yep.
going to be on the inside. But anyway, I got 16 on my athletics, kick the door down, which admittedly now Nosson's unlocked it is probably a lot easier.
Yeah, as you
Yeah,
unlock the door explodes open and inwards. Give me a dexterity save real fast.
Does it hit Nosson in the face?
like, I don't know what's going on inside, so...
You hear the feet going piff, 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 piff up to the door, and you're like, he's gonna. You jump to the side as the door goes boom and swings open as in bursts Dax with one foot held up forward, standing on his back foot.
Nosson!
I look over Dax at Sloovy and I'm like,
Oh,
Nosson!
look, the goblin's here too.
Oh, hey, Sylvie, do you know anything about medicine? Also, what are you doing here? Medicine first.
I can heal on a base. I know healing magic.
That doesn't seem to work. I tried that. Frog's in a... You haven't met Frog. Did you meet Frog? You didn't meet Frog.
I know of no such frog.
Okay.
What frog are we
whilst
talking
they're
about?
talking, I've already gathered enough from this conversation. I head out and I look to Mo and where's Frog? Round the side, and I'm already walking to the side where I last saw him.
Yeah, I'm like, yeah, he's over there
Was-
holding my arm.
Someone need help? Sloovy starts to walk past you, Dax.
Okay, well, that's in order. Mormon, let's look at the arm. Right. Can you hold your arm out to the side for me?
All right.
Right, so let me just have a look.
Deceit check.
I'm not gonna...
I know what you're trying to pull. Can you give me an insight, Mormon?
I mean,
Oh, guidance
Morn would
is-
know, like, how this sort of thing works, right?
It's a 20.
Oh, I get a 3. I don't.
20 versus 3.
Oh, yeah, he's just having a
I'm
look
like-
at it.
Mormon, yeah,
It really
I'm just
hurts.
gonna
Don't
look
look
at this.
at it.
Don't worry, I'm not gonna do... I jab it
Mormon-
back in.
You could have told me.
Yeah, but
Willpower
Then you
check to
ten-
resist punching Dax.
then you tense up and it gets worse. You've got to do it when it's like, you know, when the muscles aren't engaged. Can you use your arm? I haven't like trapped a vein nerve or something, have I?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
As you're doing that, Sloovy walks around behind you and peeks around the corner. Nasan, you made your medicine check?
No, not yet. I've got a medicine kit as well. Would I get any bonus from that?
Proficiency, I guess, if you want. We can add it. Sure, why not? I mean, I think typically...
Medicine kit
You
lowers
have
the DC generally. It
You
lowers
have
DC
proficiency
on...
with the kit?
No, I don't. I
you-
just have the kit.
Kits,
Okay, so just do
the
the
medicine
flat
kit's
medicine.
different because you have proficiency with medicine, you don't get proficiency with medicine kit. The kit then lowers DC.
Okay. Oh my!
Wow.
Does Frog die?
Another
Does Frog
nat
actually
one.
die?
Wow. As
Was it
you're
one-
leaning down to see what's wrong with him, he is definitely streaming blood out of his mouth. He leans to the side to kind of give you access to look over his wounds, and it seems like he's kind of worked his armor off slightly. You go to inspect the wounds, but you sort of just put too much pressure on him, and he goes, ah! And he takes, ouch. Four damage from just a little bit too much pressure added to the wrong area as blood spurts out of his nose and his mouth. Sloovy coming over. He did a medicine check for 21.
Apparently the kit removes the check. People are saying in chat.
I think it reduces the check on death saving throw. Like if you're trying to res someone from death saving throw to make them stable, it reduces it from 15 to 10. It doesn't say anything about anything else in the book, but the idea is it reduces DCs as far as I'm aware.
Okay.
Is it an herbalism kit or a healer's kit?
It's a medicine kit.
Yeah, we got one from the place before we left, along with a few
Alchemist.
potions. Yeah.
Okay, so a medicine kit is not listed in the... There's a healer's kit and there's an herbalism kit.
Oh.
It must be a healer's kit.
Okay, so for the
Well-
healer's kit, you can use the kit to stabilize a creature without making a medicine check.
Ooh.
But it doesn't help for any like applied rolls or anything like that.
Okay.
Oh, someone
Um,
exploded the thing! Because someone subscribed and it just exploded the thing. You might see it on the delay.
Yeah, we'll see it on the delay. Come on, explosion! I live for this. And yeah, unfortunately, you've got the description notice over the cup. You numpty.
I don't have much room on the overlay.
Ugh.
Anyway, there's a delay. Like the explosion happens generally just after the thing. Ah! Don't move arm in that way.
He pushes you to the side, and all of a sudden he's like, no, don't touch him, don't touch him.
I
He-
comply. I step to the side.
Oh, Amalag. He's in rough shape. He's got internal bleeding. You can tell the blood. He's bleeding from deep down. It'd be a lot brighter if it was from anything near the surface. When the black blood comes, it means he's been hurt deep.
I'm
he
listening in
kind of
detail
parts
to
the
this.
shirt, and you can see a purple bruise spreading down from underneath here and down to his stomach. Ribs possibly broken as well. He's in bad shape. Let me and so he's going to cast Cure Light Wounds on him. Although I think it's called Cure Wounds nowadays, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, coming back from the dead twice, cure light wounds wouldn't do much. No.
He didn't come back from the dead. He just didn't die. He just came close.
So he's going to cast it twice. So that is a 6, and then it's going to get +6. And so he does about 16's worth of healing as you see the bruise
6 plus
recede and
6?
move back. He did 5, so he cast twice. So he did 5 plus 3, so that'll be an 8. And then he did 1 plus 3, so that'll be a 4. So he did 12 altogether.
Yeah. Okay. That's what
So he did.
yeah.
He
You
did
said
8.
16. I was confused.
Sorry. I think I was looking at the 4 that was up above or something like that. Either way, he heals it for about 12. That'll hold him for a bit. He'll need to see an actual doctor, though. Let me see. He starts looking around. Do you have the healer's kit? He
handed
motions to
over.
Nasan. He rolls a medicine check. He's like, I have need of. He takes a few of the splints out that are inside of there, and some of the wadding, and some of what look like bindings, and it's going to be, hopefully.
Natty
He
20.
critically
Natty.
succeeds. And with a deftness that you haven't seen so far, you've been exposed to a lot of natural healers. Most of the healing you've seen during your adventure here has almost entirely been magical. Nasan, from your past, you would have experience watching Sawbones work, but they're quite a bit more rough. But he moves with a deft hand for somebody that's 8 foot tall, with hands that are, as large as Dax's torso, basically. He's moving quickly, and before too long, he's got the wounds bound up there. He takes a number of the herbs that are inside of the kit and mashes them up inside of a small cup that he pulls from the kit with him. And he's like, all right, put this underneath your tongue. Frog complies and puts it underneath his tongue. He's like, it's going to burn when it gets down into your stomach, but make sure, chew it and swallow whatever your mouth produces there, all right? When the fluid begins to accumulate, just let it go down. You're going to... I know, shut up. Doctors have lots of very, very suggestive things going on. As the herbs reach their way into your stomach, it's going to burn like hell. But it's going to help seal off the bleeding that you've got internally, so you need to make sure to work your way through the herbs that I've just given you, all right? He wads up another group and hands it to him. He says, when those are all gone and you've managed to swallow it all, take another one, put it under your tongue. Keep going for the next day or so, all right? Keep an eye on it. He turns back. He should be okay. Between the magical healing, although I'm spent at this point, and the healer's kit, it's good that you had it. Otherwise, we might not have had access to things we needed. His ribs will set in time. There's not a whole lot that you can do about his ribs, but the internal bleeding should slow down with time. The ribs will just take a few weeks to heal.
I know, with a look of clear, almost bordering on awe, I just comment, you move with a quickness when it comes to medicine. You treat that kit as I treat a lock. You can keep it. It's better in your hands than mine.
He nods. Thank you. He takes the remains. It's already been used like 3 times, I guess, so some of the sundries are gone. But he looks inside and says, yeah, I've probably traveled with you for a bit, so hopefully there'll be no more injuries, but, well, no good has ever happened in this place, although I've been blindfolded, and inside this building, he knocks on the wall. I've been in there the entire time. Occasionally someone would come in with food, but I've only been here for a day or so by comparison to Kikoa, who said he's been here for quite some time. I've not been here for long, so he looks at all the bodies that are just laying everywhere. And there was kind of a silence that fell over the place in the last day or two that was a bit unnatural. I was wondering if my next meal was going to come. It sounded like everyone had left, aside from the dogs, that is. Occasionally you'd hear them howl, but other than that, I've been inside. I have no idea what happened here.
I fancy that any answers we get are going to come from looking at what's left.
Speaking of looking at what's left, I'm banging on these double doors in this big old house. Hello?
I'm going over to the
doors-
building opposite, so I see
Sure.
this as I'm passing.
Sure. The doors are locked and there's no response. You look down at the lock. You don't know anything about locks, but it looks pretty fancy.
Hearing the knocking, I'd probably head over towards the Davy because I've got no idea what's going on in there, so it could be bad. So,
And no, son,
Yes.
you got those lock picks.
Keep an eye on Frog, will you? And stepping around him, I head over to a Davy.
seeing Nothing go towards the Davy, I'll retract and be like, I'll go a moment.
Okay.
Well, I would
Seeing
have
that
assumed that
way,
I was
like-
behind you, but that's fine.
Yeah, but seeing you come this direction, I'm like, and hearing a Davy call for you, I'm like, oh, nothing bad's going on. Like, I wouldn't know that knocking, it would be necessarily a Davy, so.
I
As
cross
I get
over to
in
the
there-
other building and
Oh,
have a look in the
yeah.
window.
Okay. So we'll start with Mormon. Mormon, as you look through the window into that building, the window is gone, and as you kind of crane your head to look inside, you are assailed by like the powerful stink of like wet fur, rotting flesh, feces. Just an overwhelming air of desperation comes from inside this building. And as you're looking inside, you can see that there are cages are laid along the walls on both sides, both on the left and the right. You can see a dead dog laying on the floor in front of you. There's some kind of basin in the back. But more than that, you'll have to go inside and do a investigation check.
Well, I respond immediately by going, "Oh, animals." Can I climb through this window, or is it
I'm
broken
trying to
glass
see through
everywhere?
the window, and I'm not tall enough. So I'm like, Mormon, what's in there? What's in there?
It's where all the dogs were. It doesn't look like there's anything interesting. I can have a look though.
Is the door open?
Can I get in?
Throw him in, no one will mind. We can just leave.
Is there broken glass around the window? Can someone get through without?
I would require you to make a dex save as you were going through to try and avoid the glass.
Well,
It's pretty
first then
shattered.
I'll look round the inside and see if I can see the back of the door. See how it's locked.
Sure. Looking back that way, it doesn't look secured in any way.
I'll go get Oscar. I don't know what's going on. I go get Oscar.
It looks like it can just be opened. In that case, I go around to it and try and open it.
It swings open, although it does resist. This is a heavy door. It appears as though as you open the door, though, and look at the inside, there's a nail from a paw embedded in the wood, and there's scratch marks dug deep almost a half an inch into the door, just over and over and over again. And as you open the door, you can see that the cages have been broken out of, and the bars have been bent to the sides, and the locks have been battered and just thrown against over and over and over again. And it just looks like through sheer force of will, the dogs have forced themselves out of the cages.
Is there anything else of interest in here?
Investigation check, please.
Oh, you're in.
There's 13,000 gold in a giant pile in the middle of the room, but you roll investigation 1. You don't see it.
Hear Mormon
Get 10.
gasp. Dog gold!
I got an 8.
It's not
I'm
like
taking this
fool's
word.
gold, is it?
With a 10, as you're walking through the room, the two of you, you notice that the basin at the back of the room is empty, although along the bottom of it there appears to be some kind of residue. The dead dog that's laying in the back of the room, there are claw marks on the floor as though he tried to pull and drag himself, and then there's a pool of vomit in front of him that's dried over the last few days, or however long it's been. It looks as though the dog was very, very ill before it passed away, but this one didn't turn compared to all the other ones. There's a basin on the left-hand side of the door that is still full on water, although the water has kind of a brownish color.
I have a poke around. Doesn't look like there's anything particularly useful in here.
Oh, well,
Interesting about that dog, though.
maybe
I don't
some
suppose your
people
brief
are
friendship with one of their brothers gave you any insight about that?
No, I mean, these look like zombie dogs, didn't they? That
Around
dogs,
the
dogs we were
dog.
talking to weren't. Oh yeah.
You find a chain, and attached to the chain is a very rough shard of metal that's had tiki scratched into it with a knife or some other piece of metal.
I'm going to look at it. I'm going to pick it up and be like, oh, they got them named. That's interesting.
Please.
Pun?
Sleight of hand, please.
Oh, I'm not slightly handing it. I'm just saying it's interesting and pocketing it. Like, I'm not trying to make it like I'm slightly
Marvin,
handing
you
it.
see Dax put something into his pocket that he took from the dog.
Oh, I say, oh, they've got names.
Look at it a bit oddly for a second, like wondering why on earth he's pocketing it, but I just shrug and say, nah, there's nothing in here. Let's go see what the other guys have found.
I'll have a walk
I should
around.
give-
You go see what the other guys have been looking
As
for.
you walk past the basin by the door, Mormon, give me a perception check.
Oop. 12.
Amongst all the other smells, for just a moment, you catch kind of a nutty smell, almost like a walnut or like an almond almost for a second. And it seems to be coming from the right-hand side of the door as you leave.
I turn back around and go, huh. And then I have a quick look around where I thought I smelled something.
It seems to be coming from the basin that's full of water.
Is there anything in it other than water?
It's a brown color. How would you like to investigate? Like, do you taste? Do you like
I'm not touching that.
smell? What do you want to do?
Dax, you know what you must do.
Produce the straw. Bring the straw. Bring the straw.
I have spell slots left, and I have suggestion. I could literally suggest him to drink all the water, like not just 6-second action. I could literally save 8 hours.
I will murder you. I have 2 great swords. I will stab you with both of them many times.
Not for like 6 or 8 hours or whatever my concentration is, if you fail it.
How many magic missiles do you think he can cast before you wake up in your sleep?
I mean, if he drinks the water, probably none.
What a horrible friend. I love how, Nelson actually cares about Adavi. Adavi annoys him most of the time, but he goes out of his way to keep him safe. And Dax is just like, nah, I'm going to make you drink and eat the most random stuff. I'm pretty sure it'll kill you, but I'm going to make you do it anyway because it's going to be funny.
I mean, I'm not going to command him to do this one. That would be a bit unfair. I'm going to check if I've actually got disease, detect disease ready. I don't know if I do, because I had it ready a few days ago, but I think I didn't.
Okay.
Blast, cure wounds. Yeah, those are my defaults.
Mormon,
Command.
you see black shimmering powder along the bottom of the basin, similar to what's at the bottom of the basin across the other way, except this is like a wet mulch because there's still water in it, whereas the one across the way has had time to dry, and so it's turned back into kind of a weird scunge powder that runs along the bottom of the wooden basin.
And say, hey, Dax, there's a weird smell over here. Maybe something to do with this stuff?
Can I
Point at it.
investigate it, or is it like an Arcana check, or...
Let's call it is there an alchemy skill? There's got to be an alchemy skill, right?
It's
There's
Arcana.
no alchemy. Arcana, go for it then.
And I will guidance myself for this one. 4.
Nasty.
It's
No
nasty.
It's gross. Yeah.
It's honestly, it looks gross. Yep. Maybe, you should go see what Adavi and Nelson are up to, and maybe get Adavi to pop down here. Like, he knows more about this stuff.
Yeah, all right. And I wander out to the main house.
As he goes into
Despite
the main house.
all of the stuff that Dax has done, Mormon just always accepts him at face value. It's like, yeah, okay. You honestly deserve
His
what happens
insight's
to
really
you,
low.
Mormon.
My
It
deception
was
is really high.
Mormon's already on his way out. Shush.
I would like to go look for Tiki's treasure now Mormon goes into the other house.
Yeah, give me an investigation check as you walk around the outsides of the building.
Okay. I got told exactly where it is, so do I get like an advantage or anything, or just a flat roll?
Sure. Take it with advantage.
Okay, I will be guidancing this as well. 11.
I mean, you were given the exact location, and so the DC is really, really low. As you walk around the back, it doesn't take you too long to find a spot where the grass has been dug away like dozens of times. And as you look, it goes slightly up underneath the building, but you would have to reach up underneath there to see what's in it.
Sure. I'm starting moving
so
the
you
dirt away.
slowly but surely stick your hand into the hole. You're completely blind right now, and you start feeling around. Nothing, dirt, squish. All of a sudden, your hand hits something solid.
Pull it out.
As you pull it out, it looks like a shortened leg bone. Medicine check.
Nine.
It's a short leg bone, but you're not sure what it's from. But as it slides out into the light, you can see that the bone has been carved into sort of a cylinder, and it's got tooth marks and gnaw marks on it. But somebody has carved all kinds of intricate runes into the side of it.
Arcana check?
Sure.
That'd be a 15.
Okay, so you've got a 15. Let me see what that reveals very quickly. Well, it seems to be magical. I mean, you can't imagine that for any reason somebody would take all the time to inscribe all this in here, but where a dog got it from, this doesn't seem like the kind of object somebody would actively give to a dog. It looks like somebody went to a lot of effort to like sand this down and get it into a nice refined shape to channel some kind of energy properly, or maybe to be used magically somehow. And the runes are very, very well carved, aside from the tooth marks and
So
you
it's
know all
some
the random
kind
assorted
of
dirt.
wand, maybe? I'm thinking.
You can play around with it and see what happens.
Sure. I mean, no one can see me right now, so I point it at the back of the stone wall.
Okay, make me an Arcana check real fast, just to kind of
Wingardium
recall
Leviosa.
like wand movements or anything else.
10.
Okay. Oh, so with a 10, you wave it around for a minute, and you think you feel some kind of energy almost, like a slight vibration in it, but nothing really happens just yet.
Cool. I mean, that probably takes me a fair few minutes, so.
Yeah, you can play around with it tonight, and you'll figure out what it does
Oh
if you
yeah,
spend
no,
like the
no.
evening
We
taking
settle
around with it.
down, you know, we're on watch, everyone else is asleep. I'm going to play around with it in my own time, you know. Sit down, get some proper Dax time in.
Sure. Nasan, what did you want to do?
Well, arriving fairly, whilst both Dax and Moment are still investigating the kennel, I look at Davian here, and I take out my lockpicks and I hand them to him because all he did was ask for the lockpicks.
Seriously? I don't know how to use these things.
Now, Nasan, you notice this is a very well crafted lock. Like if this lock was made, it was made by somebody who was a thief. Just giving it a cursory glance.
I've got almost a half smile on my face as I look at him, and as if I'm to say, well, a man's got to learn sometime. And then I notice the lock, and oh. I'm going to perception the door, the lock. I'm looking for traps.
Okay.
Traps is an investigation roll, FYI.
It's an investigation. Well, I'll perception first, just to see if I can glean anything more about the door.
This is a very solidly built door. It appears to be made out of some kind of heavy wood, like oak, perhaps. The joints of the door are on the opposite side, so there are no joints exposed on your side, meaning it goes inwards.
Okay.
Aside from that, some care has been made to affix it with large steel riveted plates of metal that secure the door shut, and the very, very fine lock has been put into that right there. You get the feeling that forcing your way in or attempting to disassemble the door would be a pain. It might work, but it would take a lot of time.
This is a very... honestly, it looks like an expensive door, and expensive doors have their own problems, and then I'm just kind of talking to myself as much to Davin. I try to investigate.
Sure.
And I got 19.
Nice.
You don't see the signs of any traps. As you're
Nice.
going, you kind of push on the door slightly, and you listen very carefully for the sounds of moving mechanisms, anything other than the creak of a door hinge. You look underneath the door. There's a slight gap, trying to see if there's any kind of pressure plates or any rods that might be affixed to anything that would snap off when you open the door. You don't see anything. Looks good.
Well, it doesn't look like it's trapped, but if I was going to trap a door, this would be the sort of door I would. Davi, move around the other side of the table, just to be safe.
I offer the lockpicks back to him,
I'd take them.
and then I'll head back to the table. And I'll use the time to actually look through the glasses that are nearby on the table, like cups, see what's going on with them.
Is there any way to take 10 with this sort of thing to improve the chance of me picking the lock, like getting an advantage on this? Like, how would I go about that if there is such a way?
I'll give you advantage. That sounds pretty good because you're not under any duress right now. There's no time constraints.
Okay.
Go ahead and do it with advantage.
Oh my god. Well, at least it wasn't a 1 because of the advantage.
Start working on the door.
That was very fortunate.
And you're really, really good at what you do. Like, you know what you're doing with a lockpick. And as you're feeling around inside the mechanism, you smile and you go, oh, that's clever. Okay. And then you try another direction. And the smile gets wider. Whoever did this really knew what they were doing, you think to yourself. You're going to need a key. You nod and think to yourself.
Okay.
If that's a take 10, then I'd already be at the room.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would have wandered in some point.
Yeah, we'll move to somebody else right now. Mormond, what are you doing?
Well, I would have walked in and seen that he was working on the door, so I just wander around and have a look at everything.
Okay. You see all the stuff that I've described to everybody else so far, and you see Adavi sitting there looking at the glasses and the drinks and so on and so forth. Adavi, give me an investigation check. Actually, perception. Never mind, perception. It would be a perception check.
7.
Some of the glasses of water have a strange smell to them, but other than that, you don't know.
I'm going to just touch it to my lip a little bit, see if I can notice anything immediate.
You can't place the smell. You don't know exactly what it is, but it's earthy. But more than that, you wouldn't be able to discern. Like, you can definitely tell that something is weird about the water, but it might just be the well, or it might just be the water in the area. Who knows? Maybe it's slightly muddy, or you can't tell.
Mormon, are you free?
Yeah?
I pass the glass to him. Does this taste funny?
I look at it, and then I look at, like, the stuff on the table, food that's been out for, like, 2 days.
And as he's
Probably
doing that,
smells quite a bit.
I pull one of the fruit that I had taken off the table out of my robe, and I just start chowing down.
I give the water a smell.
You recognize the smell. It's the same smell from the basin that was inside the dog kennel.
Say, I'm not sure we want to be drinking this. I think that this might be the reason our friends are in the state they're in. Something similar over in the kennels. Weird smell.
What, they're not getting enough liquids?
Well, I think they were getting the wrong liquids in this case.
While this
I put the
conversation
glass
is
back
going on,
down.
I actually interrupted. The sound of the crisp sort of crunching of fruit as Adavi's taking mouthfuls. I'm at this point, I'm still looking at the lock, but I just kind of call back over my shoulder. Adavi, are you eating anything you found on the table?
All right. Uh-huh. It's pretty good.
I start picking the lock and I turn around. Moment, if he turns, you know what to do.
All right. You probably want to stop eating that.
I flash a wink at Mormon, then I pass him one of the other fruits from my robe.
I put it on the table.
It's going to kill you one of these days, Adavi. You're going to die, or worse, you won't die, but you'll wish you had. You're as bad as Dax.
I suppose it's good that these people are big fans of water. Hopefully that is the only place where the poison was put.
Indeed, you do recall that there is a well outside from walking through the courtyard. All of you have seen it.
Then that is what I'm going to check next.
Before you go, have any of you seen the key?
Have you tried to do the lock by now? Like, I don't know what point.
Yeah.
Okay.
At this point, you've returned, and I'm guessing I finished.
What does the door look like? Does it have like a chain for this lock, or is the lock like inset? Is there any like handles or anything?
It's a large padlock with
Padlock.
a reasonably large keyhole size.
Okay.
It looks to be intricately crafted, very, very well made, and it's sort of inset into a steel riveted metal divot in the door almost to keep it from opening and closing.
Okay. I get out the rope I have. I pass it through the padlock. I go through the door. I tie it around the sort of the harness that we've got on Oscar. I take it back to the padlock. And
As I
do the
see,
same.
that's it. No, wait. If I wanted to break the thing, I could have done that myself. This is a piece of art. You don't just break something like this. Would you just walk into a church and smash a stained glass window because you wanted to use it instead of the door? No. Or at least I assume you wouldn't. Just look
Leave
for
him
a key.
alone, Dax. He knows law.
I'll go check the big guy. He probably has it. And I wander out looking for the body of the big guy who I've stolen the sword off.
I finish tying it off, but then I just, sit down with Oscar, and we won't do anything until, they can't find the key.
Okay. As you're... Have you no respect for art? As you go to check on the big guy, let me go ahead and see here, laying face down on the ground, actually kind of in a crumpled pile. As you're going through, you actually, as you're taking a look at the breastplate he's wearing, this is of really, really good quality, despite the fact it's been heated slightly. It's a breastplate that's got all kinds of ornate decorations kind of carved into the front of it. It looks like it's been silvered lightly with some of the reliefs. The inside of it appears to have some kind of sewn-in leather and cotton lined with silk almost lining. This is a very, very nice breastplate. And as you unfasten it and you start to go through the pockets on the front of his tunic, you quickly find a melted lump of metal in one of his pockets.
As I do this, I go, ah. And then I turn around and go back to... I take the lump and I go back to...
It's
the
like a
house.
vaguely elongate lump. Like, it looks like the teeth might be okay.
I come through the door and say, okay, there's good news and there's bad news. I found the key. This is the key.
He holds up a... it's little more than a shard. It looks like it's melted quite seriously.
How did that happen?
I looked at it for a few months. Probably Lithia. She was hardly subtle.
Yeah.
Handy here. Let me have a look. Would I be able to look at this and discerning from the shape or whatever's left of the teeth, glean any additional information about the lock and how I
I'm
might
gonna have
be
you
able to
do-
break through it?
Do a lockpicking check real fast,
Okay.
because I'm just going to assume that that's all security basically related. I think you use lockpicking for trap disarming and stuff like that too.
24.
Very nice roll. The key is probably not going to work. It's puddled a little bit. But with that score, you seem to remember a Davi fixing things before. Maybe that would work.
And Darby, do you remember that? And I just toss it to them. Can you fix that?
I'm outside by the well.
Oh, well. Okay. I walk out to you.
Investigation check real fast, Davi.
Okay. Oh yeah, natty
Lord,
one.
no.
Do you
All
drink the
day.
water? Do you drink the water?
It looks delicious. It looks clean and
Do
pure.
I-
He falls into
fall
the
in?
well. Yeah. But you're so big, you like block the top. We want to block the well anyway. That
You're
works.
stuck in there like Santa in a chimney.
This is
you
the
lean
next
over the side
episode.
of
It's
the
us trying to
well.
get him out.
And Mormon told you there was a smell. And so you're leaning into the well right now, trying to figure out if there's a smell. Make me a dexterity save.
Do I smell the smelly smell?
We'll see after the
All right,
dexterity
come on,
save.
dex save. 8.
Oh no. You smell the smell
I'm
right
on the
as
way-
your tippy toes go slip and
I'm
you
on
start
the
to
way
fall
out
forward
to
into
the
the
I
well.
run over to him.
I be in a position to literally bolt for him and try to stop him falling in. I'm just walking out and saying, no.
Make me a strength save, please, to try and catch him.
Can I do the same since I was outside?
Would it be
Sure.
athletics?
Well,
it would
athletics,
be a
yes,
save.
athletics
Oh,
is fine.
sorry. Okay.
You can use
I would probably have
athletics if you want.
been at the door and
Oh,
able to see
51.
this. I don't know if that means I could make a leap or if I'm too far.
You can all try if you want to, as you hear somebody go, no. But Nasan, you managed to grab him by like a hawk, basically, as he's going over the side. Like you're holding
His
on
big
to,
meaty
like,
thighs.
yeah, just like a big fleshy patch of gluteus right now to keep him from falling. Davi, it hurts like hell. You're like, ah!
I'm not a strong character, so I imagine that I'm literally having to brace my whole body. My feet are against the well. I'm practically standing sidelong off the well, just holding on to him.
Instead
I'm
of
just
grabbing a
using
Davy
physics
then,
to
since
hold
Nosson gets there
people down.
first, I grab the back of Nosson. We're going to chain
Okay.
this.
You know what the worst part of this is? I'm still saying no, and it's because all of the fruits are falling out of my robes into the well, into the water.
Plunk, 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 plunk. You guys hear the sound of plopping going into the water in the well as he's doing this. But Mormont and Dax, you arrive just in time, and you manage to stabilize and extract your Meiji friend from the...
So while I'm down here, can I notice anything? Is there any like residue or anything obvious that's been polluting the well?
There is a bucket hanging there.
I
Did
grab the
somebody
bucket.
forget to pull up? As you grab the bucket, do you tell them to pull you up, or do you just like hang there?
Up.
They pull you back up. Those checks are more than fine. Although you do notice a little beads of sweat all over Dax's forehead. He's
It's
not
like
built
little
for strength.
anime
He really
sweat.
put a lot into that. Inside the bucket, you're a rattling.
Inside there's a rattling.
Rattlesnake.
And looking inside, you find It's the same nut that you turned into the alchemist.
Ooh, jar exploded.
Go watch it.
Don't put these poison nuts in the jar, folks.
I told you this is gonna happen. We're gonna have to stop what we're doing to watch. There it goes. Boom!
Boom.
Yeah, buddy. That explosion, Pocket Rifty. Thank you very much.
For the tip.
It's the nut that you gave to the alchemist, and the side of it seems to have burst out to the side. And looking at the bottom of the bucket, there's like some dust in there or something. Arcana check.
Arcana?
I'm
Yeah.
currently just sat by the side of the well, just kind of bracing my arms back when I'm panicking. It's like
Another
I need to lose more
91.
weight.
Without
How
even
many
thinking,
91s?
without even thinking, you run your finger along the powder and just
Wait.
Oh
Do I
my
see him do
God.
this? Do I see him do this?
you do see him do that.
Okay, I immediately cast command, and I command him to.
Considering he's moving
Macarena.
that fast, wouldn't you have to like do some sort of opposed roll to see who can act first?
He already did the action, so
Oh.
the command isn't
I mean,
gonna. It's
I
already
was-
in its mouth as part of the penalty for the fail.
Like, is there any way I can try and stop him in time? Like,
Mm-mm. It's a critical fail, unfortunately. You can try
Do
to
the
command
Heimlich!
like spit it out or something if you wanted to do that after the
okay,
fact.
yeah,
It's in his mouth.
I'll command him to. Can I command him to vomit? Like, can I actually get someone to do like a?
No, I would say you
that's
could
more,
get him
that's
to.
much more Paris than.
Well, you could tell him
Yeah.
to stick his finger down his throat, though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
I mean, that
I'll command him to stick his fingers down his throat and throw up.
Okay, go ahead and cast.
Okay. I'm literally like, but I can't speak because I'm still panting.
Okay, he needs to
Trying
make a
hold on for
DC
the
14
ball
whiz
I have.
check.
Okay.
So
make
is that
wisdom
a
check.
saving throw?
Yes, it's a
yeah.
saving throw.
12.
Ooh, you
Nope.
just managed to fail without a second notice. You're like, yeah, I kind of want to, and you stick your fingers down your throat until you throw up over and over again. The taste that was in your mouth tasted almost like almonds or just like walnuts or something. Like the smell you were smelling, that's where it was coming from. It tasted just like it. But before you can process this overwhelming desire to stick your fingers down your throat and throw up goes, and you go,
I
into
just,
the well.
I kind of stand there having cast, and I look at Nosangar.
How much does he throw up? Because Adavi puts away a lot of food every day.
It was a pretty good volume of vomit. Davi, make me a Constitution save, please.
I actually skitter backwards. on my
Are there
hands,
like
my
little
feet, away from
bones and
this
stuff in
growing
there as well?
pole.
Like, does he just like
14.
Yeah, there was a boot, a bucket,
an old bicycle with bent like wheel?
a sink.
There's a fly, a spider,
A U-boat.
bird, a
It's
dog,
really, really
a
weird that there's a
horse.
U-boat in there as well.
As long as you don't notice the chunk of Oscar in there.
Oh,
God.
Ah, the tip didn't explode. We had to just like someone added 965 cheers to the jar, but it didn't explode it. Oh,
I had one in my last personal stream. I had a guy donate like he did like 100 bits, but he did it in increments of 1,
Yeah.
and like half of them didn't even make it in the cup. Like they were going over the top, and they would just like miss the cup entirely.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, they're being a little bit half-assed about this gem distribution here.
What people
catch
do
it
on mine
there.
is one will set it up, and then they're just all waiting for the next person who'll just like tip £5 or something, and it just explodes everywhere because the cup fills right to the brim with one sheer bit, and they've got no mass at all.
Yeah, I think the issue is
You
that,
just do bombing runs of ones.
yeah, like it's the weight is like different for every decimal change. So like, what it's done is it's added a 100 token, which is worth 965. And then if you'd added like a 1,000 token, they're really heavy, but the 100 token is just a normal weight. So like, if you'd added them in like 900 tokens, maybe that'd have done something.
Dude, I want to see somebody donate like 1,000 tokens all one at a time, just like a little cavalry charge of tokens for like 10 minutes.
It just took the
nonstop.
entire stream.
Yeah.
Sergeant Master, I appreciate the,
we
the bits.
appreciate
I don't
the
care
effort.
that it was 5 short of 1,000. I think it was fine just as it is.
I don't care either. I was just saying,
No.
just for
I'm just saying
purpose.
it's like in future if you want it to explode. Like I think Sergeant Master like made
I just wanted to-
emote for.
I was just saying a thing I would like to see. That's all. That's all. That doesn't mean it devalued what Sergeant did for us,
So-
but we appreciate it. Yeah. So he begins vomiting into the well. The Constitution save goes through. I'll make note of that for later. And then, how do you want to proceed?
Was he's finishing up by saying,
I
well, the
literally
world's
just
definitely
told him
poisoned
that
now.
he's going to kill himself with this. I'm gonna have to put him on a God's damned leech.
I start kicking bits of the well into the well. I'm going to try and start filling it up. My initial...
No, Dax, don't.
If the well is
Doesn't
tainted,
matter. He's
we
already
can't leave a-
contaminated.
Yeah.
Whatever we could have learned from it.
You see a cover sitting alongside the side of the building.
I don't want to cover the well. Like, if the well is tainted, we can't let someone accidentally come past and be like, look, a well, I need to get some water. Open the well, put the bucket in. Like,
How long is he going to be throwing up?
6 seconds.
You've got a
Okay.
forgery kit that's got inks in it.
I guess I could write this well is tainted, but on a bit of parchment that'll blow away or will die in the rain. Like, I'm gonna fill up the well. Like, I
Is
don't know
there
how long it's
some,
gonna
like-
last.
There's got to be some sort of precedent for, like, you put rocks in an X when a well is tainted as... I don't know.
Did I ever get that Arcana check? Oh yeah, I did from Adavi. That's right. That's how you
Got a
ended.
91.
Adavio, you all right? I imagine he's finished vomiting at this
Okay.
point.
Oh,
Just inside of it in his hand.
I could really go for a bite.
I hand him like half the beef jerky I have stashed away in my pocket because I'm not gonna eat it
Oh,
while
it-
Oscar around.
It's gone so fast. Oh,
All right, well, once I've taken the taste away, I saw you
that's
using
the same
like,
nut again.
some sort of cold magic. Do you think you could freeze this well?
It would just get unfrozen.
Freeze. We could try, but if it's all poisoned, I mean, that probably is more than what I can
Yes,
freeze.
but if we could get a pail of this water, I don't know. I've seen all kinds of alchemy. I'm not an alchemist myself. I was thinking perhaps we could separate whatever's in it.
Mormon, do you remember there is a basin of the water that's untainted inside the kennel?
You go, oh, wait, if, like, there's some in the kennel, it's okay?
What, water from the well?
Well, it must be.
How would you know?
Well, unless they were... Well, I look around for rain collectors.
You don't
Was
see
that-
any rain collectors.
It had the same sediment and it smelled funky.
Oh, good enough. All right. Well, we should gather a vial of this stuff, keep it away from Adavi, and also away for a moment,
I
and
pour
take
out
it
one of my
back to
wolfskins.
someone who might be able to identify it.
Now, Mormon, do you want to fill this water skin up?
I just never mind.
I do look a bit like... I'm guessing... Did I hear Nosson say the don't let...
Don't what?
Don't
I
let him
actually
touch
missed
it.
that.
He
You
told
guys
you not
have
to let...
Last and things too. You guys been drinking potions. I mean,
Oh.
assuming you don't just check them afterwards.
Oh, I guess we've... Yeah. Okay, in which case, the glass vial that I've had around my neck that got used a few sessions ago, I hand that to Mormon.
Nelson, did you want something?
No, it's fine. Are you all right? You can take some time to recover. I mean,
It's the same nut, Nelson. The same one we found underground.
the one I gave to the alchemist.
Yes. That's what's in the well. That's what poisoned these people. How did it turn into zombies, though?
Arcana check, Nosson, just to think through it logically.
This is not one of my strong points.
You think that maybe the nut was responsible?
Perhaps the nut was poisonous or came from some sort of plant that... I don't know. I assumed it was more to do with the Kizrathi than with the undead, but... Dax? You read that book, didn't you? Was there anything in there about...
It was more about the biology of the Kizrathi. Like, maybe it's to do with the scourge stuff down there. Maybe they grow a nut tree down there that makes the nuts and it takes nutrients in or something. Can I think it through?
Sure.
That would be a 13.
With a 13, That bumps you up a success level, 2 success levels basically from where Nasan was at. You've never seen this type of nut before you arrived on the island. However, when you found the last one, they were in huge crates that were of human make. These were crates like you would see at any other shipping area or alongside any dock. The Kisrathi, everything they use seemed to implement that black iron, and you would assume that the fittings for the crates would then have the black iron, but they didn't. And that's what you get from it.
I don't think the nuts are from there. They seem to get them imported because, you know, everything the Kisrathi had those like black irons in them, and like some of their like containers were like black iron nails and stuff. Those crates with the nuts in were like normal nails. So they may be getting them imported from somewhere.
With the 13 on the
Maybe-
Arcana check, you take a look at the nut, and it seems as though, as you look at it, it looks like it's got a membrane. And it looks like the water reacts with the nut slightly, maybe. And that's what causes it to almost burst outwards. There's a slight gummy substance along the edges of the place where it has burst outwards, like a clear, almost like a glue type substance that's very, very thick and viscous.
I relay that.
I'm not. As I said, I'm not an alchemist. I don't have a mind for these sorts of things. But
Never am I. I
the
mean,
Kisrathi we met in the mines, they were served by, or at the very least, their leader seems to be working with what I can only assume was a human. Certainly wasn't a Kisrathi.
yeah, human.
Perhaps there was one in the cloak. I killed him pretty quickly, but he seemed unlike all the Kisrathi. The one who wrote that journal. You remember, the large one took exception to the fact that we had names from that book.
Yeah.
If, and I'm guessing here, I've got nothing to base this on but a hunch. If that one was working with the necromancers, or at the very least the mages that we've been running into, then it could be that these nuts came from them.
Did anyone see any like marking on the crates, like a transport marking or a maker's mark or like a importer's mark? Because like normally like ships and stuff or whatever, when they've got like cargo containers and stuff, they'll put a mark on it so you know who's transporting and who owns the goods at the dock. Was there anything?
don't
Intelligence
recall.
check from everyone to recall the crates.
Okay.
Investigation or intelligence? Intelligence.
Yeah, intelligence. So let's just do a flat intelligence.
Okay.
3.
18.
Well,
Oh, I rolled a d4. Was that what I was meant to roll?
oh, rolled a 12 on our screen.
It rolled a 12. It looks good.
And the
Nasan,
D4 is Dex's guidance.
Oh,
You don't-
right.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Mormon and Dax, you can't remember. Nasan, you don't seem to recall there being any markings on there. Adavi, you know for a fact there were no markings on that crate.
No, those crates were unmarked. We looked them over. All the sides, there was no mark at all. If they're imported, they weren't imported legally. Those things had to be smuggled.
Well, I left one of them with the man at the apothecary, the apprentice. Let us hope that. Surely he wouldn't. He's not as stupid as a Davy or Mormon. He doesn't. I can only hope he won't stick foreign items in his mouth.
Speaking of, Davi, did you have the key on you still, or did you drop that down the well?
Oh,
I never
I
had the key.
hadn't managed to.
Oh,
of course,
okay.
yes. Davy, sorry. Are you all right? Are you recovered?
I'll do.
Can you repair this? I've noticed you repairing tears in your robes.
I can try. Then I'll cast mending on it.
As you cast Mending on the key, it slowly starts to bubble and form, and for a moment, everybody else in the party think he's destroying it. Like, it looks like it's being ripped apart slightly by the reforming of itself. But the mending spell seems to be heating the key. It twists and it reforms. It doesn't get hot in your hand, though, Adavi. It just looks really, really hot. And in fact, steam is coming off it, but it's not burning you. And after a few moments, you have a brand new key.
I'm fascinated by this. I'm watching it with. You've always been able to do that.
I mean, it should work, but no guarantees.
No. Have you always been able to do that? All those times I had to repair those things because you sat on them and they weren't meant to be sat on.
You looked really stupid, didn't you?
I snatch a key. I hate you so much.
I
just
go and
walk off.
untie Oscar and remove the stuff from the padlock.
I'm muttering quite. I'm cursing to myself basically as I walk over and I try this key
As you
unlock.
walk over, since I'm going the same direction to like untie the stuff, I'm like, so, now son, like, how many times have you had to stop yourself from killing him?
I've lost count.
I just nod.
And at
knowingly.
that, I try to unlock the door.
Oh, I think the thing's gonna start exploding. Yep, someone's adding like 30 little bits. Oh no, it's filled up.
Yay!
It's so ready for an explosion. It's so ready right now.
Someone's gonna like
It is
prime.
pregnant with bits.
Yep.
anything
Ah,
heavy
there it
drops
goes.
in. Anything heavy drops in, it's gonna blow.
Yep.
Damn
It's
it, I
gonna
don't have the
blow
window
hard.
open, so I have to. Every time.
Now we just got to
This is-
stare at
that.
it. Isn't that the best invention ever? It really is.
It is amazing. It is
And
absolutely amazing.
Like viewers get those just for like watching ads. Like you can just like leave ads open and like do something else and like just get bits. It's a great invention. Amazon and like Twitch killed it with that. They really figured it out. So you slide the key into the lock. It gives you a satisfying click.
That's a 50.
Oh.
I mean a 500.
How heavy is it? Yeah! Almost ended back in the cup.
You don't have any idea what you've done. We're all sat here watching it now. It's like
We're all sitting here staring at the shinies.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Ooh, that was a good one right there. That was a good one. So yeah, the lock clicks satisfyingly, and the top of it hinges backwards, and then slides in slightly, and the lock is now free and in your hand.
Free lock.
Okay, I actually pocket this lock
Okay.
carefully. I actually find a fold of cloth and I carefully. Well, it's too delightful of lock for me to just casually throw it.
All right.
And I keep.
All right. I think we're ready to see what's behind door number 1.
Okay. With that door, let me go ahead and clear out your fog of war
I
here.
start like a little drum roll on like some of the stuff in my pack. Oh!
It's
Yeah, that was an
Please.
amazing explosion. Someone just tipped us. Pocket Rifty tipped us $5, and it gave a proper good explosion there.
Oh, thank you, Rifty.
Very much.
So the door, without the reinforcement of the lock, it just goes and creaks inwards all on its own, and you find yourself in a room that's only got a stairway going downwards. You don't hear anything. It's dead quiet.
Should we take a rest before we investigate this?
I could use one.
You remember what happened the last time we rested instead of pressing forward?
Only a short rest just to heal up. People are injured, and I'm okay-ish to
And I back over
continue.
my shoulder at that. Very well, but someone will have to keep watch of this. The last thing we want is while
During a
some
short
of us
rest,
are just-
everyone can like keep watch because everyone's awake.
yeah, I'm gonna go and keep watch of this ladder. Then, if you don't intend to go down, then fine. But just make sure nothing else comes up. I'm gonna go and check on Sloovy and Frog.
I want to check on some of the corpses.
You see Sloovy and Frog. Sloovy is taking Frog up in his bulky self and is actually carrying him very, very carefully and delicately and sitting him down next to the well. He looks inside the well for a moment.
I wouldn't.
Why? What's wrong with it?
2 reasons. One, we suspect whatever water came out of that is the reason why all of these turned. And 2, my portly friend has just spent the last few minutes filling it with what used to be in his stomach.
He looks at you and wrinkles his nose. Well, hopefully he feels better. All right then, buddy. He picks him back up and moves him back over to the house where they were previously and leaves him up against the front. There's tents
I
over
believe
there. We might be able to make use of those if you're planning to camp.
That's a good idea. It seems my companions would actually like to make camp at this point. And I can't blame them. That was a tiring battle.
Indeed.
And looking down at Frog, and I imagine you would not turn your nose up at the chance to rest.
He opens one eye from his scrunched brow. Yep, I've been in better shape.
Mm.
And then closes his eyes slowly back.
As he closes his eye, I look over at Sloofy and I nod my head like I want to have a private word, and I step back a few paces from Frog. And assuming that Sloofy takes the cue, how is he? I ask in quite a murmured voice.
Well, the first tablet that I mushed up for him with the herbs seems to have taken effect. I've been watching the distension of his stomach over the last 20 minutes or so, and I think he'll probably piss blood for a little while. But given the trouncing he took, he should probably take that as a blessing. I figure he stays on it. He produces the healer's kit, and he pulls out 3 or 4 little discs that he's mushed with the herbs. He says, as long as he keeps chewing on that, these should aid the healing of the internal injury. It'll last for another day or so. That should be enough time for his body to get a head start on the injury and keep it from getting infected. The ribs, there's no way we can do anything about that. I've wrapped him up with a splint as best as possible, but his body will just have to heal that. It's a troublesome injury.
Is he capable of moving, of walking? That is, I mean, assuming he's not going anywhere right now, but after a rest, would he be able to walk?
He looks at you. No, he'll need at least a few days, or to be carried.
This is not the sort of place where one would want to spend a few days. All right, well, it looks like everyone's agreed inside that they want to take some time, and the tent seems as good a place to rest as any. Though we found stairs heading down, we're going to need to keep watch. I don't know what's down there. Could be nothing, could be something, and right now something would probably be able to knock us all down with a strong blow.
He nods. He says, I understand the feeling completely.
We'll have to think of what we can do with Frog.
I know my way back to the Croftwood. I can carry him. He doesn't weigh much more than a thimble to someone my size.
True, but these lands are dangerous, as you've seen. Would you be able to fight with them carrying a man? I mean, it might be best if 2 went.
In truth, no. I would not be able to defend us very well. Frog has some fight in him, but any exertion he undertakes runs the risk of starting his internal bleeding back up again, and so fighting would only be a life or death option for him. Help would be appreciated.
Right. Well, are you? I assume you're willing to rest here for now, and after that, okay. I'm going to have a word with my companions, but we owe enough to Frog that I would not want to see the man come to harm. Not doubt you would do your best, but it seems this area is a little too dangerous to just leave it to the fates like that.
No,
I'll come with
completely.
you, providing my companions are in agreement.
Well, I thank you. Feel free to have your talk with them. I'll keep watch over him. And with that, he leans his massive frame against the side of the building.
With that, I go back inside.
Okay, while that's happening, I wanted to have a word with Mormont, and I want to have a word with Oscar.
Okay.
So I go out to Oscar first of all, and I lead him to a little bit to the front of the compound. I'm going to cast Speak with Animals. I'm going to use up another spell slot.
Okay.
I start talking in cow.
Okay.
How are you doing? Did revenge feel good? He was your target, right? Moo.
Oscar looks at you and goes, "Mwah. Revenge completed."
By the way, we're about to have a rain of bits.
Yay,
Yeah.
bit rain.
Oh, it's
Sounds like an indie game.
literally up to the top, and they're all cascading out. Anything heavy goes in that will explode. That was a pretty nice bit rain.
He's finished with a 10. What
Yeah,
else
that's
can I do?
he weighted it on the end.
We've all just shut up and we're watching.
I know,
bits
it's
rain
the
down.
most amazing feature ever. The most amazing feature
There's
ever
something
invented.
just like there's something nice about simple physics engines that's just so good to watch. I don't know what it is.
He looks back at you and nudging you with his face, he goes, What do you now do?
We find out who was manipulating him and threatening this land. I assume that he doesn't really have a concept of like the entire island, etc. So I just gesture to the land.
Take your Blaine. I go with you.
You sure? It's dangerous. Your kind need leader.
He goes, will no fear anything. And with that, he scrapes the ground with his front right hoof.
I mimic the same motion, which is really
You get
weird
down on all
because
fours
I'm
and
like,
scrape the ground with your front right hoof.
I mean, you know,
With
with
your
my,
hand.
with my foot, like I'm,
Oh,
I'm
okay.
3 foot tall. I weigh 22
It
kilos.
was more funny in my head when you go down on all fours and mimicked it.
He uses his fingers to make his horns like that while he's doing it.
I go up and I pat him on the front.
You're really getting into your
a
character
good-
there, Dax.
Thank you. You're a good cow. I will be happy to have you at my side.
He rears up just slightly and kind of nods. Good. We kill those Killblain.
And then I want to have a very brief talk about taking people alive and how we sometimes need to take them alive to find out more information and, you know, go up the chain of command. But instead of doing
Animal
character
handling
perspective.
check.
Would it be
This is
animal
when you
handling
have
because now I'm talking to him literally, or would it be
Yeah,
persuasion
it's
check?
still gonna be.
Okay.
Oh, you can do persuasion, I guess, since you're speaking the same language. That's good.
Yeah. 11. I rolled a 3, but it's an 11.
He doesn't seem to respond to the concept super well. Like, there are moments where you think he's grasping it, but then at other moments he seems to fall off the trail, and you've got to
Okay.
like gather him back in. And after several
Oh,
minutes
good
of talking-
explosion! Black Sun
After
tipped like
several-
$10. Thank you.
after several minutes of talking with the cow, it becomes clear that you're going to spend more time re-explaining things you've already explained, and you just kind of scratch your head. Wow, that was cray cray.
It was a really good explosion.
That was an amazing one.
I thank him. Like, I'm like, what do you like to eat most? I don't know what cows like beyond grass, so.
Yeah.
He looks at you
Grass.
quizzically for a moment. He looks to the ground and then back at you. Grass good.
Have grass. Don't drink water from. And I point at like all the sources of water that I know are tainted, and I'm like, I get out one of my little like mess tins, and I just put like some water in that from one of the water skins.
Okay.
Because I
he
don't
takes note.
accidentally have a zombie cow happen because I forgot to feed him water.
I think a zombie cow would be
Accident.
pretty awesome myself.
If you
I'm
get it
watching
to
that
stay
thing.
loyal to you.
On the list of things that I would want as a mount, a zombie cow is actually pretty
Yeah, but
high
I don't
up
know
there,
who he'd be
surprisingly.
like. I don't know who he'd be like loyal to. He'd probably just be a berserk zombie cow. So
You'd have to take warlock levels and start accumulating necromancy spells just to maintain your cow addiction.
yeah. That said,
Oh.
like Vengeance Paladin Barbarian Zombie Cow is it's a bit of a mouthful, but it would be pretty cool. And while he just enjoys the grass and stuff, I go and tap Mormon on the shoulder.
Hmm?
Mormon.
I look round.
Actually, I go up and go, oh, Mormon. Sorry, I was talking to Oscar. Can I have a word?
You Mormon, do you
Yeah?
notice Oscar is standing behind Dax and he's just staring at the two of you right now, just dead still.
I'm looking over at him like, yeah, what do you want to talk about?
Well, I wanted to go have a look at some of the corpses, see if they had any, you know, thing interesting or anything information on them. But also, I want to talk to you, and I start walking.
I follow along.
Okay.
This is where he gets knifed in the throat because he's displeased the cow mafia family. He's like, no, I saw you eating beef. It has to happen.
It's about respect. You're disrespecting me. You're disrespecting my cow. You're disrespecting our family and our way of life. You're disrespecting our pasture. You disrespect the herd.
Anyway, yeah, I take him out, and I start looking at the big leader dude first, and then go to the smaller ones around. But I'm like,
I forgot to mention, Adabi, you noticed that the sword that Mormon was carrying was glowing too when you did your detect magic. I forgot about it.
Okay, I'll tell him about it later. I'm over here just looking at these carts outside, seeing if there's anything cool in them. Prying open the boxes a little bit.
Yes. There does appear to be one of the boxes is of salt. The other box appears to be some amount of the fertilizer, whatever it is. The third box is empty, save for 3 or 4 of those small black nuts that are rattling around in there.
Ha! I refuse to taste these. I'm not even going to roll Arcana because it's going to roll a 1. I'm going to pocket them, though.
It's
I'm
been a
gonna
rough
pocket
day for
them,
those
though.
ones. Okay. Mormon and Dax, what's your conversation doing right now?
Moment, I found this. One of the dogs thought it was some sort of loot, but I think it's kind of maybe a wand or something. It's magical. It's got runes and stuff on it, and I show him the leg bone. Can you figure out what it does?
Mormon, make
and
me
then I
a
put Teddy
medicine
over.
check. A medicine check with advantage, please.
Medicine.
Yes.
That's asking to see my helmet.
15.
With the 15, you look at the bone for a moment. That's a dwarf leg bone.
Well, Dax sees a certain amount of shock on my face when I put that together.
Let me just check if I do, because my insight is actually not as good.
Don't work on anything else about this thing.
Natural 1! I think he's really interested, so I start talking animatedly. I'm like, yeah, no, it's really interesting, isn't it? Do you want to hold it? Do you want to hold it? Can you figure out how it works? If you give it a lick,
Imagine I was
maybe.
already holding it.
I mean, I pulled it
And then
out
I
and
just
gestured,
stopped
and
when
you...
I'm staring at it.
I mean,
Basically,
yeah,
he's waving it like in front of your face like that right now. Just like,
I grab it off him then if he's still holding it.
Oh. Oh, okay.
Oh, I go, this is from the leg of a dwarf.
the lower leg
I
of a
look at it.
dwarf.
Is it like... character, is it tibia, or fibula?
It's the front one that the
Just-
shin's on.
Tibia.
There's no such
Yeah.
thing as a fibula.
It's the little back one that does all the, load bearing. It's not load bearing, it's the stabilization one.
That's the one that I broke. I broke the one in the back, like
That's
that
a
little
really
triangle
bad one
bone.
to break, yeah.
Yeah, it attaches to your ankle. Like there's a triangle bone at the bottom that attaches that to your ankle or whatever. And I snapped the bone off the side of the triangle thing at the bottom.
Wait, you broke the ankle bone or the one in the back of your leg?
The bone detached from the ankle bone about a centimeter up from where it's at.
Yeah,
It sucked.
That's really... Those ones, when they break, are really hard to heal because they're stabilization, so they go all over the
Yeah,
place. And,
it still hurts.
yeah.
It's like completely healed right now, and it's still just like stiff and hurts all the time. It sucks. So your conversation.
A dwarf?
Yep. Where'd you get this?
Well, one of the dogs thought it was like loot, but it appears to be magical, and they hid it.
I take, can I try and work out the magical properties of it? Arcana, whatever.
Yeah, that's fine.
I turn it over, being like, what the hell is this?
I would
get a 9.
I would have guidance him for that, but it wouldn't make a difference.
Yeah, with a
Makes it
10,
into a 10.
you believe Dax, like the runes and everything on the side of it definitely seem to indicate, and since you've been a recent study of magic, you do seem to recognize the fact that it's magical, but aside from that, you can't figure out what it's for.
So as far as I can tell, it looks like there's something magical to it, but I don't know what.
I mean, I
Can't imagine it's anything good.
Adavi, did you go down the stairwell or are you back outside?
I didn't go down the stairwell. I was
Okay.
checking out the carts. Remember you gave me the nuts
Yeah, yeah.
and found the salt?
Well, if it's a dwarf leg bone, I guess it should be yours if it's one of your people. Figure out what it does, and then if it's bad, you get rid of it.
That's right. Every dwarf is his responsibility from now on.
That's racist.
I just turn it over and go, guess
Got this with you.
we don't find anything else, I'll bury it.
Looking around the bodies, does anyone have interesting? Like you mentioned the arm before.
Sure, you have plenty of time to go through the bodies. As you're going through the bodies, if Mormon didn't pick up that breastplate, you find it. Mormon, did you pick it up?
I'd left it for the moment and I was going to come back for it later.
Okay, so you find the ornate breastplate that appears to be very, very well reinforced and padded. You're
I
not
assume
sure
it's
if it has
medium
any extra
size
effect.
and won't fit me.
It'll fit. I mean, basically, you or Mormond could wear it.
Oh. I need to look at what a breastplate does exactly.
I have a good look at it and see what I can learn of its armor properties.
Sure. Give me a. So dwarves are good with smithing. Give me.
He does
That
his
is so
smiths tools and
racist.
everything. Like I think,
Yeah.
Mormon, didn't you do like a little smithing?
I have smithing tools, and I am proficient in them.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I'm
racist.
just trying to figure out what would work best.
Okay, it was a
For-
breastplate that I wanted.
Do a. Wow, there's no like blacksmithing skill or anything on the sheet.
It would
just
be
give me.
intelligence probably, but if he had
Yeah.
proficiency in the skill, you might say he gets proficiency bonus regardless or something.
Yeah, give me an intelligence roll at advantage with your proficiency, please. Because it's a simple craft, like you should be able to figure out how this would help.
16 plus 2, it's 18.
Taking a look at it, you knock on it with your knuckles for a second, and at surface value, it just seems to be a well-crafted normal breastplate. However, as you're knocking on it more and more, you've got your hand on the opposite side, and you realize you don't feel the knocking on the opposite side. You look around for a second, and you throw a punch into the front of it real fast, just hoping nobody's looking. And you didn't
I'm
feel
looking.
the punch in your other hand, like, at all on the opposite side. You think it's a breastplate, but it will afford the wearer some kind of resistance to bludgeoning damage.
Owen, do you want it or do you mind if I? Because leather's not really my style.
I'm able to get a rough idea of like the AC it would provide.
It's 14
It's just
plus...
a normal breastplate.
The
Okay.
default is 14
So
plus
it wouldn't be
dex.
as good as my elven chainmail then.
Yeah.
So it's pretty good stuff. Here, if you, I showed to Dax the knocking thing.
Oh, that's really cool.
Yeah. As you look
Yeah,
at
it's
it, you
clever
notice
stuff.
that it's got leather that's filled with cotton on the inside, and then it's also got like a cloth padding over the top of that, and then it's been lined with silk so that all the joints feel really, really nice, and it just fits. It feels great.
I start trying on. I'm like, oh, did you want it?
Now you can have it. This stuff's actually pretty good, and I shake the chainmail a bit.
Dax, you have resistance to bludgeoning now.
Also, my AC is now, including shield, 18.
Nice. Very nice.
Sweet. And resistance bludgeoning. Ooh. I'll put that down.
You take half damage from bludgeoning now.
Did anyone else have anything interesting on the corpses?
Going through the corpses, give me a... Well, you have infinite time, so technically that'd be kind of a waste. You find about 35 GP from the pockets of all the different zombies, just loose change and things like that
party
rattling
check. Are we
around.
okay putting that in the group fund?
Mm-hmm.
Pay for some more potions and stuff.
You find like 5 long swords that are in rough condition. You're not sure if anybody would buy them for anything other than scrap. Most of the armor has been banged up pretty badly from just zombies walking around running into things for 2 days nonstop. But you do find inside one of the tents, underneath a pillow, a silver ring that's topped with a green malachite stone that has been carved into the shape of a shoe or a boot with a wing along the side of it. It's got a warm feeling to it almost.
Who finds this, me or Mormond? Or both of us? Like,
Both of you, as you're going
Oh.
through, you can decide amongst
Moment.
yourselves who finds it.
can we... Do you know what it is?
Arcana checks from both of you, please.
I will guidance Mormon, not me, because
Okay.
I am terrible. The guidance is +1 for Mormond.
So you got a 15.
14 and 15.
Mormond, 14 and a 15. Mormond, you're looking along the inside of the ring and you see a slight glittering inscription. It says, "Feet carry me with strength." You place it on your finger for a moment and you mumble the words, and all of a sudden you feel refreshed. Like you didn't feel super tired anyways, but you feel very much refreshed. Like you feel better after whispering the words.
You okay, Mormon? You're whispering to
Where-
yourself.
Where am I at the moment? Was I inside a building or am I outside with?
You're up by
No,
the
he's
tents
gone
with
crazy.
Dax.
Where am I?
Wait. I have a look at the shoe symbol on it, and then I try running across the just 20 feet.
You don't feel any faster.
I feel like still surprisingly not tired.
Yeah, you just
Like,
don't
I
feel
feel like I
tired
haven't-
at all. Like all the fatigue is gone from your muscles, strangely enough. Like you feel good. Feel real good.
I run back over to Dex. I reckon it's some sort of energy replenishing thing.
It's cocaine.
Just ran
Energy?
there and back, and I feel like I walked 2
Like
feet.
it removes your fatigue, or like as in magical energy?
Oh, it's like just like tiredness.
Oh,
Like I could run for a good while with it. Makes sense with the boot thing.
maybe.
Try it.
Yeah, and you've been
Put some words on it.
I put it on and I say the words.
nothing happens.
It might be out of energy. Either that, or you've just got a really high placebo effect. I read about that somewhere.
As he hands it back, you've walked a lot today, Mormon. Like it took you, what did I tell you, like an entire day's walk to get here? You know it's not a placebo effect. You feel great right now. You feel like you just woke up from the best night's sleep ever in an inn.
It is like almost dawn. It's when we said
Yeah.
we're going to do the attacks. We're a bit tired.
I
Can't
take
even
the
move
ring
it,
back. I put it back on.
Okay.
Oh.
And it rests on your finger.
Well, I guess, you know, you or Nosson is someone who has, like, doing physical stuff all the time. Oh, speaking of Nosson, he's looking for us. I assume Nosson by now you are, like, looking to talk to us because that happened and we spent a long time investigating shit.
I found a Dabby and I saw you guys wandering around and I just kind of figured I'd
Oh, yeah.
wait for you.
Dax, you find a fork
A fork.
in one of the mess kits, but not a normal fork. It's a gold fork. And it appears to have just like lovely inscriptions of like feathers and things running down from the head of the fork.
Is it like
And on the bottom,
a genuine gold fork or is it just plated? Like I bite it?
it's a genuine gold fork.
Why would anyone make a fork out of bendy gold?
Possibly electrum or something of that kind, because it
Oh.
doesn't dent.
Ooh.
But it's got a gemstone, an amethyst at the bottom of it that's very, very well cut.
I break up some flatbread and
As you stick the fork inside your mouth, and right as the flatbread leaves the fork, all of a sudden the fork dips forward and stabs you in the tongue super hard.
Actually,
The
you-
hell's
What the
wrong
hell?
with
And
you,
grab the
Dax?
fork off him. I grab the fork off him and drop it. Like, what happened?
I was talking with a Dabby. We were just having a bit of a chat, and I was going over what I might plan to do. But the sound of someone in distress and alarm. I was like, oh god, what?
I start stamping on the
My
fork.
head out.
You stamped
What'd
on
you
the
do?
fork?
A little bit. I'm not trying to destroy it or anything. It only stabbed me lightly, and it's also worth a lot of money.
Oh no,
Wow.
your tongue's bleeding. It stabbed you. Like it full on, like ah.
Oh,
And
oh.
inside one of the tents, if you want to further investigate, you find a note that seems to indicate it was a gag gift between two of the mercenaries.
Fuck, fuck.
At this point, I find Dax. Dax, what's the problem? We hear you screaming, crying. What?
What's this? A daddy. Here's some
Didn't you say
beef.
you wanted to rest, little man?
Yeah, I know. I
Why is
get
your
some.
blood-
I
why-
get some.
Why is your mouth bleeding?
I get some of my beef jerky out. I put it on the fork, and I hand the fork to a davy.
I pull the beef jerky off the fork tines and eat the beef jerky.
I
Thanks.
insight him to try and work out whether he was trying to play a trick on a Dabby.
I was trying to prove a point. Like I don't know how it'll show up, but
No, I only got 11 anyway.
Deceit roll, Dex.
a 13.
Yeah, you can't read him, Nasan.
No. Right.
A daddy, you keep that.
Are you all right,
I'm
Dax?
fine.
Is Mormont around?
Moen's right next to me.
I'm
He's been
there
here the
just
entire
looking
time.
at this like, oh.
Moment.
He found some sort of weird fork that stabs you when you try and eat from it.
It stabs you. I'm just like turning it around.
Why did you
What
give
do you
that
mean
to
it
a
stabs
Davy?
you?
You were trying to stab
What's
a Davy.
wrong with you, Dax?
Can I have the fork back to Prusang?
Yeah, I stick it right in your chest.
You try. I'm wearing a breastplate.
No, whatever. So it bends the fork tines.
It
Apparently
goes
doesn't
tink
bend.
off the front, but it doesn't bend. You get the feeling
tough.
Arcana check, if you will, please.
Let's do this.
Some nonsense for me, don't you?
10.
With a 10, you get the feeling that it's probably magical. And then along the bottom, you find a symbol where it's two H's side by side, a crossbar above it, and almost like a smiley face underneath the two H's. It's a mark of the maker.
I
Two
think they say it's made
H's,
by the Weasley brothers.
and then a smiley face. Okay.
Yeah, there's the H's are side by side, and there's a circular bar above it, like a circle above it, almost like an oval, and a smiley face, and it almost looks like a hat. If you look at it, just piece and piece.
It's a party trick. It's a party trick. An expensive party trick.
Huh. Okay. I'll pocket it. This might come in handy at some point.
If you ever need to poison someone and I don't know.
Speaking of poisoning, and I'll pull out one of the nuts that I found. There's a few more nuts.
Don't eat it! Don't eat it! You're not gonna eat it? I never know with you, Daddy.
No, I'm not going to eat it, Dax. I found 3 more in the wagon over there, along with a bunch of the salt and some manure.
Did you eat that?
Yes, Dax, I ate it all up. You can't have none.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough. You're not a zombie, are you?
Not yet.
I'd
we'll
sense
see.
a moment at this point. I think maybe they're a bit overtired.
Right. How's Sloovy and Frog doing?
Ah, that's what I was waiting to talk to you about. I look back over my shoulder to see how far away they are. They're reasonably far. So when I turn back, Frog is not doing well. He should make it, but he's going to need time to recover. Sloovy is going to... He'll stay with us for the rest, but they intend to leave once we've taken enough time to gather our strength after that battle. I may go with them.
I think that's probably wise that we go with them. We could go back to the town eventually and... we could go back to town eventually and tell them all about what we found out as well. But we've really got to investigate what's... It could just be a basement.
It could be, yes, but you were the one who wanted to rest before we investigated it.
Okay.
One
Literally,
of the rest
you were the
before the
one.
road anyway.
Yeah. But I didn't know that Frog needed to go, and we don't want to risk it. Now, son, do you want to just pop down with me into the bottom? If it's a
Not
big...
particularly.
If it's a basement, we can have a look. If it's not a basement, we'll have to come back later.
Why don't you and Mormon go down?
Mormon's not the quietest person.
Neither of you.
Damn.
I'm good in a
Burn.
fight if there's a fight down there.
Okay.
Which is why you should take him with you.
Mormon, let's go.
As
I-
you're walking towards the house, you actually see Sloovy appears to have taken a knife, and he's beginning to cut the tattoos off of all the zombies. Seeing you walk by, he shrugs. Frog asked me to.
I like the fact the Frog is like on death's door still. And he's like, yeah, just remember the bounties.
He's got priorities, man.
If he doesn't get them, he's come here for nothing.
Yeah, he almost died and got broken ribs for nothing. You got to get paid. So you go inside the house and creeping slowly down the steps.
I just want to ask Mormon to stay at the top of the steps, and I will go down like 3 steps just so I can see with my dark vision. Is it a basement or is it like a tunnel that leads to the ends of the earth?
It's a basement.
Guys,
There
it's
are
just
3
a basement.
beds,
There's just beds down here.
along with loads of shelving that seem to be stocked with all manner of sundries, which is probably the things they've been pilfering this entire time with their various brigandry and thievery.
Guys, it's completely fine. It's just loot.
Ah, good. And I start coming down the stairs.
Okay.
Just check for any random holes that lead to caverns filled with Kisrathi. They seem to like making those.
I cast a light on something in the center of the room, wherever there is there, just
Okay.
to...
So along the back wall, there's a collection of wines, probably 10, 15 bottles. In there, you do find a bottle of the plum wine. So that'll
Oh, yeah,
be
we'll need
worth a
that.
reasonable amount. Aside from that, there are a number of things here that are marked with the signs of the Shattered Helm, which seems kind of odd. There are several healing potions that are stacked neatly along the back row, but there's also a collection of 10 or 15 empty flasks of the exact same design. Perception checks from everybody that's down in the basement right now. Dax, you feel like you've seen these flasks before. Give me an investigation check.
I will go into my investigation.
Okay.
13.
Yeah, you've definitely seen these before. These are from the alchemist in town.
Are Nosson and Nadavi coming? Like, I did shout to them. No? Okay. Moment. These are from the alchemist in town.
Not sure if that's a good sign.
Like,
But
that's
the
a lot.
alchemist wasn't in when we arrived.
Maybe he's working for them.
Where did the assistant say he was?
Can we memory check that?
Yeah.
No.
Can't recall.
5 and
All
6.
you remember is that he was out. Did he even say he was out? I don't know. You can't remember.
He wasn't there. How many healing potions were there?
3.
3. Who?
You also find, since we're getting towards the end of the stream, I'm just going to give you guys a list. You find a beautiful silk robe, a very large, beautiful silk robe made for like a tall man.
Okay.
It's got flexible mirrors along the top of the shoulder down to like the middle of the side of the arm, and down the front of the chest of it, it also appears to have occasional square-shaped mirrors stacked in a grid. There is a small amount of blood on it, though, near the throat. There are 3 beds. The first is human-sized, and you find a map wrapped up in some clothing and belongings that are underneath the bed. Do you want to look at it?
Joe?
It seems to be a map which orchestrates and coordinates the deployment of the Bowerstone Boys. And on it, it indicates that there's an X near the southwestern edge of the forest, presumably where you are right now. That seems about right. There's another one west of Woodley, along the beach, that says Maw Guards. And the rough area where the ruins are circled with an X over the top, perhaps to just indicate that they're not supposed to go there. And aside from that, there's a third spot marked further west than where you are right now along one of the roads that says Supply Meat. The second bed is also human-sized, but it's very, very neatly made, like you could bounce a coin on it really, really easily, fastidiously made. Against it, a rapier is leaned. It appears to be silver and has religious symbols all over it, both signs of Amaleth and signs of the Grey Lady.
I just leave Mormond to the map then. Mormond, that's your map. Ooh. Can I make a religion check?
Yeah?
Nine.
At the top center of the basket on it, there is the sign of the Shattered Helm, and flanked on either side are 2 cowled figures and from the hood falls a single lock of long curly hair. You would know those to be the symbols of the Church of Amaleth and the Grey Lady. Aside from that, give me an Arcana check, please.
I will guidance this one. That makes it a 15.
With a 15, looking at the blade, it appears to be silvered. As you run your thumb across it, it rings out slightly differently than a normal steel blade would. And while it's hard to detect, you get the feeling that it's silvered. Given all the symbols that run down the blade, you would think that this was some kind of holy weapon at some point. And as you look at the blade, every now and again, there are little protrusions, like little glass. That couldn't be what it is, but it looks like every now and again there are little glass rectangular flecks that run down the bloodlet at the center of the blade. They're marked as though they've taken impacts before, so you assume they're strong. And as you look at the hilt and you hold it in your hand, your finger slides perfectly, your index finger slides perfectly into like a notch that's at the top that feels like it has a slight give to it. You can't help but notice this sword is quite a bit heavier than your current rapier.
Okay, I switch that into my sheath and put my other rapier into my pack.
Okay?
What should I mark it down as? Just silver rapier? Normal stats?
Silver consecrated rapier for now.
Silver rapier consecrated.
And like I said, the place where your finger rested in, it feels like it can be pushed inwards.
Oh, I pushed that then.
As you push it, you look at the blade, and it looks for a moment almost like the blade is sweating. And as you hold it down longer and longer, the little glass channels, they seem to change from their whitish color to almost a yellowish gold. And when you release, it seems like the wetness of the blade recedes back in, and then they slowly just turn back to clear glass tubes almost.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Aside from that, there are two large chests in the back of the room, both of which are locked with padlocks.
Noson, Adavi. We've got locks that need unlocking, and also Adavi. There's a giant robe here. It could be a giant bedsheet. I think it's a robe.
I mean, I'm a goblin. Trying to go through a robe your size, like, I can't tell. It's too big for me to hold up and be like, that's a robe.
It's like playing with the parachute when you were in like third
Yeah.
grade, when you were in gym class.
That was the best thing about third grade.
It was the best day. Everything was awesome about third grade.
I don't know. I did stab a kid with a pencil.
Well, did he have it coming though? Did he owe you money?
Oh, he
sometimes
was
you
an
gotta hold-
asshole.
Yeah, you
He
gotta
was
hold it
the
down.
class bully.
Good for you.
Sometimes you gotta shiv a bitch. And it is what it is.
All right, I'll head down. I'm assuming Nosan's gonna come on too. You sure there's nothing down there?
App. Wine.
Wine?
Wine.
Oh, I'm scrambling down the ladder now. I heard wine.
Okay. Who had the key?
I think Nosan had it, because Nosan had the lock.
Okay,
Oh,
so
yeah,
it's,
I got the key, yeah.
Nosan, if you just want to hand it off to somebody, that's fine.
Yeah, I pass it on to Adavi as he's going down. I go and spend some time with Frog and Sloovy.
Okay. Davi, do you give the key to Dax?
Sure.
Okay, Dex.
Okay.
You find it works on both of the locks. I figured you'd try it anyways.
Yeah.
And so the first chest opens on up, and it's empty except for a pouch of gold that's laying in the corner. The pouch is kind of cool. It's silk, and it's got like a kind of an embossed like brass thing on the front with like the symbol of a lantern. It's got 75 gold inside of it.
I'll put it into
And
group
then-
funds.
The second chest looks like it's been cleared out by somebody.
Someone's
But,
been in recently and cleaned out this chest.
It's got one thing remaining right there, and it's a bag of gemstones, inside of which you find garnets. You find a small, you find garnets. You find a small emerald. You find a pearl. There are a number of interesting things in there.
Adavi, did you say you needed some sort of gems to make some of your spells work?
Yeah, frequently.
Or what do you need? Like there's... Ooh. I've been wanting one of these.
I hold up the pearl. Is it a pearl worth at least 100 gold pieces?
It is. It's a nice pearl.
Do I see little dollar signs in his eyeballs?
Mhm.
No, I don't look for dollar signs. I want this for focus for magic.
There's
I'm
also a
keeping an eye
third
on all the
bed.
gems and stuff.
The third bed is dwarf-sized, or perhaps halfling-sized, or gnome-sized, or it's smaller.
Were there
This
like
one is
3 different
made-
types of porridge as well?
Yeah, and
Of
only one
course.
was just right.
Yeah.
Mormon will say it was the dwarf one, but we all know that it's the human one. This bed has been made, but it's got dust over the top of it. Nobody has used this for quite some time, and there are no items here with that bed.
I wonder whose that was.
And with that question,
And, while we're rifling through all this stuff, I'm relaying a lot of what I had noticed there with the Arcana and the Detect Magic earlier to Dax in case he might shed some light on it.
okay.
I want to give Adavi his robe before the end of the stream, by the way, so that Adavi gets the cool loot as well.
Yeah, what the hell is this mirror robe?
I'm just under it right now. I'm inside. I'm not.
Adavi, help!
Yeah, I'm pulling it open so it folds even wider across Dax, just covers him entirely.
I
Like,
can't-
what is this for? Why do you
Where
have
am I?
mirrors on a robe?
What?
This is just so disgusting.
Help!
Do you put it on?
No.
Okay. So disgusted with your new robe that's covered in several gaudy mirrors. We're gonna end the stream right there. It's time for us to finish up the D&D session. Thank you for stopping on in, lovely audience, and taking care of us with all those bits and donations and whatnot. You're all too kind, and we very much appreciate it. Avic had some dental work done, so we're going to try and keep this as short as possible. But Shen, where can we find you outside of the Roll For It crew?
There's a brief announcement before that.
Yes.
Because I realized that we suddenly get viewers dropping as soon as we do this bit. Sunday, Dark Heresies ended. We're starting Shadowrun on Sunday, so bear in mind we've got a new season thingy coming with Shadowrun. If you don't know what Shadowrun is, it's like futuristic but also magical. Like magic's come back to the world, but it's also like the 2070s. You've got humans, elves, dwarves, trolls, orcs all living together. It's chaos. Megcorps run the world. There's magic, but there's also like technomancers who can like manipulate electronics, like Affect will be playing. It's gonna be a whole load of fun. So hopefully we'll have a really good first episode for that season. So come check it out on Sunday.
We do have a returning character, by the way.
I got
Alright.
this hat for it.
Oh, yeah? Nice. Goodness. Anyway, my name is Shen. I will be seeing you on Sunday for Roll For It Shadowrun. That's going to be a blast. You can find me on youtube.com/Shenner2. I'm releasing some of RimWorld Alpha 16 goodness. And I'm also going through Mass Effect 2 on twitch.tv/Shenner. And we've been doing kind of an interesting mix. I've been enjoying, of course, RimWorld on there. We have like 3 RimWorld colonies going right now. Oh my goodness. Lots of
I'm
fire.
Enter Elysium.
Lots of death. Are you really?
I'm back to me.
Oh, you got the names moved around? Nice. But yeah, that's it. What about Mr. Bentham? What are you up to?
Well, I am on YouTube as Mangleport Gaming, and I play lots of stuff, mostly Factorio, random things there. And I also do things like Production Line, which is really cool, about making cars and stuff on a production line. And also Rodina, which is this awesome thing about flying around a real scale solar system and blowing up aliens. And then also Astroneer, which I haven't done episodes on for a bit. And I feel like I need to wrap it up because I don't just leave it hanging. But I'm running out of stuff to do there. I've gone to the moon now. That's like, what else do you do? You run out of science. And you're like, well, what do I do with my time now?
Is it made of cheese? As the prophecy foretold.
Well, it's hard to tell. It doesn't seem like it. There's wind on the moon for some reason. I don't understand. I went to the North Pole, though. I built my base there, so I always have solar power. It's great. But yeah, there's not been many videos for the past week because I was really ill last Sunday, which is why we didn't have Shadowrun last Sunday. And I was sort of dead for a while, and my throat's been ruined. But now it seems to be okay, so we'll get back on that.
You're not allowed to get ill for this Sunday.
I know. I mean, it's out of my system now. It should be fine, hopefully. In before I start throwing up like 5 minutes before we start Shadowrun. Anyway, I don't know who's next on the list because I can never see the thing. I'm guessing it's Avak. What are you doing, Avak?
You can find me over on youtube.com/Avak and Twitch TV/Avak, where I'm streaming primarily Kingdoms of Amalur and Mass Effect 2 at the moment. And on YouTube, I'm playing Stardew Valley of Oregon, which is a really cool space builder. It's kind of like From the Depths in space, mixed with X3 and EVE Online. And I just recently started first tasting a game called Northgard, which I'm enjoying quite a lot. How about you, E?
Ooh, I am Enterelysium. You can catch me at youtube.com/Enterelysium. I'm currently playing like XCOM 2, Long War 2, RimWorld, and Production Line. And I'm also probably about to start trying out some Halo Wars 2, which will be interesting. I've heard mixed feelings about the PC port, but that generally it's good so far. So it'll be interesting to see on that one. You can also catch me at twitch.tv/Enterelysium, where I'm streaming tomorrow, streaming some Mass Effect 3, getting ready for Andromeda. But Splat.
Yeah, nothing much really going on my channel. Just kind of maintaining the same course. We got the Wild 8 going on. We got Holy Potatoes. We're in space for a little while that I'm showing off for a couple of days. We've got a little bit of Northgard going on. And then other than that, I'm still dithering around with Conan, but I'm probably going to let that one go pretty soon. But yeah, definitely leaning back towards Twitch streaming a little bit more over the next couple of weeks. Been having a lot of internet problems, though, and so, still wrestling with that and trying to get things settled. But you know how it is dealing with Comcast. Well, maybe you don't, but if you did, you would know it's the worst. But that's all that's going on with me. So I suppose I'm the last one, right? Did we do Enter Elysium already? There we go. So we did Enter Elysium already. That's going to be the end of our D&D stream. We'll be back next Friday at the exact same time. We'll also be back for Sunday, where we'll be playing a little bit of Shadowrun with a brand new cast, except for Pseudo. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. You guys should really, really check it out. I think it's going to be a blast. With that said,
I'm so looking forward to this group for Shadowrun.
Yeah, it's a lot more synergistic. It's a good group. We'll see y'all next time. Thanks for stopping on in, everybody. Bye-bye.
Go check the Patreon. Go check out the subreddit. Waving hurts. I should stop doing that. Ow.
Yep.
Roll safe, everybody.
Bye.